Hi, Tammy.
Hi, how are you?
Spectacular. Thank you for being early. Just on time, but early. Let's have some lobby time for the next 10 minutes, and we'll start at 10. I like how you are so clear on your video, but your background is blurred. That's cool.
I like the blur. I like your lights on your wall. That's nice.
Thank you. I've come around to the belief that not being problem before. Had someone once very passionate narrative about not leaving your props on the floor. And it hit me in a deep way. So now all my props are in the bag. That'd make a good lighting session.
Yeah. So where are you located?
I'm in the foothills of the Central Sierras of California, close to Yosemite.
Oh, nice.
It's lovely. Yourself?
I am in Central Oregon, snowy Central Oregon right now. So
Nice, snowy.
it looks like we got a couple other people up there. There's Cassandra and
Yes, and for the record, I am tuning in from sunny South Florida,
nice.
where we have all been complaining about how hot it is this winter.
We haven't been complaining about that.
So just confirming with a nod, Cassandra, the goal is 20-minute intro time, then I'll hand it to you for the icebreaker, right? No, not it. Or is that a wiggle?
Choose your own adventure. La da da. My goal is to have. Oh, you know what? I was wrong. You were right. 20 minutes.
Okay, perfect. Got water, orange, coffee. Curious what I'll drink first. If you haven't already, a little comment on the event page or a share or a post last minute. Yes, hello to Kira and Matt as well. Thank you for being early. Fish, did you get the Q to Q? I took it from our minutes. I put it in a separate document just for easy tracking.
Looking up right now.
That'll be in the director's chat.
Thank you. Thank you. Just background would be something less.
Kira from New York. New Jersey. New York. Very nice. Just in October, I went over to New Jersey for Newark, New Jersey. Hi from MI, Miami, Michigan? Probably Michigan. I get excited. Michigan.
Did New Jersey about a year ago. Went to Grounds for Sculpture. We used to have family that lived in Trenton.
Grounds for Sculpture in New Jersey is awesome. Highly recommended.
Yeah, it's really, really nice. Noel and I went there on his recommendation, which is funny because I'd been to Trenton so many times and had never gone to it. And it was like a mile from where my grandparents used to live there.
Hello, Michael the Hood.
Why, hello, everybody.
I love that name. It always sounds like
I keep writing down by accident.
Michael of the Hood. Just a few minutes to start. Folks are starting to roll in.
Hey, what up, y'all? Let me grab some headphones so I don't feedback.
Greetings, Richard. There are times I think my setup is complex until, of course, I witness Richard's setup. And I'm reminded simple. I'm just floating on the surface of technological complexity.
I'd actually turn off the background so my start. Probably should do my eyebrows blue. So it'll be between Christmas elf and icicle. Silver. Could wear silver over it. Let's find out.
There you go. Just 2 minutes to go.
Molly is the most underrated thing.
Get all my glowies. And screen there. All right, recording is active. We will, of course, start on time, even knowing that many people will be trickling in because punctual people we are. Indeed. And Cassandra and Fish, during the intro, if you could be Johnny or person on the spot with letting people in the room, that would be lovely. All right, it's 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern, and it is time to officially begin Convergence 2 Flow Arts Leadership Summit. The future is lit. Indeed, it is, especially when we can gather together to talk, to collaborate, to co-inspire as community leaders. What intense times, what I'll say it again, what unprecedented, what unimaginable, what fascinating times we're in. And this community, this culture has a future going forward. We do. And gathering together now in this time is intended to help us connect, share vision, to collaborate, to be educated, to learn, to be inspired. And it's something that all of the directors and I feel very strongly about, certainly enough to donate significant amounts of time and effort to bring this about. We will be recording the entire event. We will be making it available, both piecemeal, individual presentations, and the whole thing with closed captioning. And I do want to highlight as we begin that I assumed that you could turn closed captioning on live and in the moment, because there was a button in the settings that said turn on closed captioning, only to later find out that that requires a live transcriptor to be there in the moment. So while we won't have live closed captioning, something I apologize for, we will have the entire recording with closed captioning text on it for those who need that. So again, I just wanted to put that out there, apologize, and say that there will be a way to experience this whole event with closed captioning moving forward. First, I would just like to introduce the team. While this began as a Flow Arts Institute event, we quickly realized and understood that it needs to be multi-organization, multi-event based. It cannot just be FAI, because that's just a portion, a percentage of the community. And so with that in mind, we invited in the Flow Fest Grand Poobah, the magic maker herself. I could go on and gush and gush and gush, but instead I will allow her to introduce herself. It's our co-producer, Cassandra.
Hi everyone, and hello Kevin, and hello people in the future who are watching this video. What is it like in the future? Tell us. In any case, I'm super delighted to be here in the moment to have the important conversations that we need to have as a community to move forward. If you haven't met me yet, I am honored to encounter you here in this virtual space. My name is Cassandra Tannenbaum. I created Flow Fest's events starting in 2011, which makes me feel very old. But I am deeply, deeply honored and delighted to have an opportunity to come together, to connect, and to have the conversations that I think are critical for us to create what's next, because it is up to us to do so. So thank you, Kevin. I don't know if there's anything else that I should say. I'm going to be talking a lot later on. So, you know, if you want to hear more from me, certainly stick around. But in this moment, I would actually like to welcome on an additional co-producer with us, who I've had the joy and pleasure of working with over these, what was it, 4 months that we've been putting this event together, and truly a media marvel of a human being. I cannot say enough about this person, and so I'm going to cut myself off, but from coordinating and directing and producing the Flow Show to the vast work that they're doing in behind the scenes and in front of the scenes with FAI, Ryan Fish.
Thank you for that intro. Wow. Yeah, hi, I'm Ryan Fish. I'm originally from New Orleans. I'm living in San Francisco now. Been here for a few years. And yeah, I moved out here to find a larger community than I necessarily had in New Orleans. And I found a very different community, and quickly got plugged into finding a national community and slowly even an international community. And my interest in all of the things I do is what can I do as a community shepherd to help guide things. Oh, thank you for the Love on the Health shirt. I'd love to show what's on the background of it, but I probably shouldn't. But yeah, I don't really think of myself or as leadership as necessarily being a glamorous position. It's more of a doing the work position. I hope people are here for it. And I think that brings us back to Kevin over here, and I'll talk a little bit more about what I do in my presentation. But actually, no, this is totally the appropriate time, isn't it, Kevin, to talk about what I do?
It works.
It is. I have a master's in film theater communications, and I taught at the University of New Orleans. I attended the Chicken Wing Sideshow School while it was still a thing. Then I've also been to multiple semesters of clown school here in San Francisco and San Francisco Circus Center, where I've also taught. I produce and direct the Flow Show San Francisco, which is the original, the oldest Flow Show. I'm a content designer and producer for Flow Toys. And let's see, what else? I was a Shin for Ministry of Flow for a couple of years and still on the council for that. And I'm the director of the show at Fire Drums. I don't know how many titles I have at this point, Kevin, but they all converge here.
All right. What a treat to work with these human beings. Nay, a blessing. Just having meetings with Fish and Cassandra has enriched my life, made me more aware, and I cannot encourage everyone listening enough to reach out to other people, reach out to other leaders, create something, anything. While there will always be bumps in the road, it's always worth it. For me, every endeavor I've ever made as a leader in the flow arts, regardless of its profit or its result or its dumpster fire that may have resulted, it's always been worth it. And I really want to hit that note, that it's worth it to step forward. It's worth it to share, to help, to create. So a couple things before we really get started, because we have an inspiring agenda set up for you today. First is encouraging you to just chime in the chat. I see lots of names. Some of them I recognize, some I don't. Where are you from? Take a moment to chime in the chat. Tell us who you are, where you're from, and just about any other thing you might be inspired to share. But I find that when people actively engage in the chat, there's a better retention, a better focus. Hoodie from Sacramento, California. So good to have you here. Looking forward to you joining us on the panel and to your lightning round later on as well. Seattle, well, technically Bellingham, Washington, that's fair. That's fair. Yay. North West representation. Oh, coming in more. Bellingham, Washington / Oakland, California. Very good. We can be from multiple places. Oh, already my heart is warming. Lars from Rhode Island, Chabuco in Western North. Oh, I got to try to get this right. Kakalaki, Western North Kakalaki. I love that. That sounds really fun.
Good damn.
Lars, Rio Green, Surreal from Eugene, Oregon. Contact juggler, that warms my heart to see. Sober Flow Arts. Hey everyone, Molly from Sober Flow Arts, currently in Atlanta, GA. Super grateful to be here. Can't wait for Florida Flow Fest coming up soon. And can I say what a gift it was for Cassandra to give us time and energy with Florida Flow Fest coming up so soon. Always present, never missed a meeting, and just appreciate that. Okay, keep scrolling. Keep scrolling. Tammy, Lapine, Oregon. Awesome. Elizabeth City, North Carolina. Hello from Detroit. Kira from New Jersey. Started with Yo-Yo. Ooh, interesting gateway prop, Kira. Yo-Yo. Nice. And already, that is a national audience. Wow. Thank you all so much for joining us. This truly has the potential to make waves, to make ripples, to impact the culture in this country and abroad. So I thank you so much for chiming in the chat. I thank you for joining us and answering the call, really, to a leadership summit. Part of showing up here at some level is saying, I am a leader. I have the potential to be a leader. I was, am, or will be a leader. And so self-identifying with that, I think is part of being here on this trip. Just laughing at the chat. Okay, next, a quick request to share the event page. I will post the link here in the Zoom chat. I know that we have massively more signups than people that are actually here, some of which will show up later for presentations. Others, you know our culture, our community. Others, they just forgot or they're just waking up. Any sharing of the event page, even the Zoom link, if there's somebody you want to share it with, is welcome. I upticked my Zoom room capacity to 500 just for this event, just in case. So let's make good use of it. A quick moment to share. I'll do it as well. This event could bring in 1 or 2 more people, and the impact we could have on those 1 or 2 more people could indeed ripple out to hundreds of or even thousands of people being positively impacted by the event. So a quick moment to share. I haven't done my Instagram share yet this morning. So TikTok, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Discord. Oh my God, there's so much.
Discord.
Cord. What cord? Dad cord. What cord? Discord.
We're doing our best. It's early. Our best material is yet to come.
It's true.
Yes, please do not take my terrible jokes as a preview of the quality of this event. Okay. So while we give a few more moments for people to share this event, SO to Discord fam, yeah, Discord's really become a place where flow artists interact and meet and connect, and truly worth the mention. While we wrap up the quick shares, I'll just give you the quickest preview, the quickest view, perception of what's to come. We have a presentation on passing the torch, keeping the continuity of leadership going from project to person and project to person. We have a panel called Empowered, Enabled, Included, Access to Flow. Amazing title, by the way. That's at 11:20 a.m. all times Pacific. Then we have, I'm really excited about this, a presentation on working with local authorities from Trey McManus, an expert and long-time leader in this particular category. We don't want to be hiding in the dark, deep out in the woods. We want to be public, out in the front. And part of that is working with local authorities. So we have a great presentation on that. Cassandra T with one I'm very excited about, cultivating flow arts educators. Cultivating flow arts educators. Yes. We also have a panel at 1 Pacific on effective communication. We have 3 panelists who are wonderful communicators, all in their own way, and getting your message out there, communicating to people involved in your project, communicating to the public in general, so important. So we have a panel on effective communication. Then we're honored to have Richard Hartnell with a great title, Meta Props, Politics and Religion. Nice title, Richard. Love it. Very, very good. And then Lux Luminous will grace our presence with what is the future of flow arts. We will have group circle time for open share and discussions. If someone says strikes a chord, if you want to make an addition, if you want to spark a conversation on a specific topic, please take note as we go, because toward the end of the event, we have left a period of time specifically for us to allow for that, because everyone here in their own right is a leader. We couldn't have 50 different presenters, just logistically speaking, but all of you have something of value to share. And I hope some of you will share that during the open circle. I understand there's going to be some dance parties, some icebreakers, some games, some fun activities. And I encourage you to stay with us as much as you can. Maybe you just want to be here for one presentation, but if you have the time, if you have the bandwidth, I encourage you, I ask you, please join us for as much of this event as you can. It's a labor of love. And at the end, we'll announce where any and all donations will be sent. Some of you might have noticed, oh, there's a regular ticket link and a donation ticket link. Just putting it out there, the donation doesn't go to the directors or to any particular individual presenting. It's going to be donated to a nonprofit, which will be announced at the end of the event. All right, that said, let's see just a few more things. There was a time 4 months ago where I thought this will be the last virtual event. This will be the last one. Or not the last one ultimately, but there's been a wave of flow arts and juggling inspired virtual events on all sorts of different platforms. We've seen the rise of Twitch flow arts. We've seen the rise of Discord flow arts, of Zoom, of Google Meet, and all of these different things. And I almost naively thought this will kind of be the last one and we'll all get back to a thing. But now who knows? Omicron's on the rise. Perhaps indeed we will be diving back into a virtual centric meeting dynamic. And if that's the case, well, then this can serve to be a launching point. But I want to point out it's also why stop now, Chibuket says. Got me. It's also about us moving forward and coming out of this, and returning to in-person events, which already has started to a degree. And so I do like to think of this event as a primer, a connector, an inspiration for flow arts to emerge from the pandemic, perhaps somewhat like a butterfly emerging from the cocoon. It entered a caterpillar. We can emerge brighter, more beautiful, and able to fly perhaps as we come out of this. At least that's the hope and intention that I hold for this lovely event. And a big part of that is leadership. What does it mean to be a leader in the flow arts community? Well, it's certainly not just one thing. And I'd like you all to ask yourselves right now, how are you a leader in the flow arts community? So many different ways. You could be a workshop instructor. That's a leader. You could be a festival or event director, manager, even organizer. That's a leader. You could be offering online courses. You could be hosting community jams. You could be serving and leading in a whole host of ways I haven't mentioned here. So just take a moment to connect with you, yourself. How are you a leader? How do you want to lead moving forward? How can your skills, your talents, your abilities be a boon, a help, a service to the flow arts community? And ultimately, I hope that you connect with that during this event in a deep way, because all of us know, I think on a surface level, how we are leaders. We could answer that with one or two sentences, but there's depth there, there's layers there. How do you lead? How do we lead? How together can we light the way forward so truly the future is lit? There's a difference with one person holding a torch to the dark and 20 holding that torch up, lighting the way forward. Let's be that light. Let's be that illumination for our community, ourselves, our people. We need to grow. We need to improve. We need to be more accessible, more equitable, more conscious. Hopefully, what we get communally from this event will help with that. More accountable, hallelujah, absolutely. With that, we wanted to have a little icebreaker. And I am so excited to reintroduce to the table the queen of fun, energy, enthusiasm, and engagement. Let's welcome back Cassandra.
What up, what up, what up? So I have a little game I would like to play with all of you. And it will involve video sharing. So some of you may not be in the mood. And you know what? I understand. But this game is about getting yourself in the mood. So I know that for me, sometimes I'm just not feeling it. But then I put on a little something, something, and suddenly I'm transformed. So this is a challenge to each one of you at home, at work, at your friends, at your partners, wherever you are. You have 3 minutes to adorn and or costume yourself, and then come back in 3 minutes and turn on your camera so we can all enjoy it. Kevin is going to play us some music, and I am starting the timer now. Richard, you're supposed to adorn yourself. Can you do it? Yes. 2.5 minutes. It's nice, Kevin. That's a nice look. But can you anti-spin that?
Eventually. Probably.
Practice, right?
Yeah, eventually. Let's see what else we can do here.
Oh, 2 minutes. 2 minutes left, y'all.
Comment in the chat. What's the game? The game is to
The
adorn
game.
yourself with costuming or props or anything, really.
Safety first. Safety first. If you're driving and tuning in, be prepared to laugh. You can always adorn yourself with a smile. Tends to help in traffic. Ooh, look at that Battle Knight swag. What is it? Battle Knight. Noche de batalla.
Represente.
Represente. Aye, 1 minute. 1 minute, lovely peoples. Yes, floof. Wow. I will see your floof. I will see your floof, and I will raise you a llama. If you wanna. Oh, we're up in it. There's a pumpkin in that cat. What? What is even going on? This is good, y'all. This is good. We got 20 seconds. 20 seconds. Can we do it? Let's see. Lars. Tuning in. Oh, we have a little ball on head action. A little ball on head. I don't see nothing wrong with a little ball on head. Okay, we've got 3, 2, 1. All right, let's see. Let's see these videos. Let's see these cameras. There it is. Oh, a little wardrobe assist. Here we come. Oh, there it is. We got the sweater action happening. We've got a face hole happening. You guys look amazing. Oh, darn. Oh, darn. Oh my God. You know what? I don't want to say that I had hopes or anything or expectations, but you guys really blew it out of the park. Okay, so we're going to prepare. We're going to do a little screenshot action here. All right. So don't go anywhere. It just got really quiet on your end. Can you hear me, Crystal? Can you hear me? I see that it's getting quiet for you. Okay, on the count of, I don't know, 7. I'm going to take a profile. I'm going to take a gallery screenshot. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, cutest photo ever. Good job, guys. Good job. Good job, non-gendered humans. Good job. Good job to everyone. And for those of you who didn't feel comfortable putting on your video, you know what? I got you too. It's magic. Kevin, thank you for allowing this insanity, this unabashed costuming. We appreciate it.
I'm so glad it did. I can feel the elevated feels in the heart, and wow, that was fun.
Seem to have lost. Oh, here we go.
Here we go.
Better.
Thank you,
Great job, everyone.
Great
Bravo.
idea. Thanks for participating, everyone. For those of you just joining in, this is perfectly normal. Please pay no mind.
That's right.
Also,
That's right.
Also,
Perfectly
for
normal.
those of you who are recently joining, we warmly invite you, but not require you, to put your pronouns next to your name. If you're not familiar with that process, you can hover over your name, click the more or the three dots if you're looking at the windows, and you can rename. And you might notice several people have their pronouns listed alongside their name, and we appreciate you doing so as well, even if you feel like it doesn't need to be said. Putting it out there and saying it is a comfort, an act of allyship. So please consider adding your pronouns to your name on the Zoom link. Okay, it is time to introduce our first presenter. We went back and forth really a lot with the, I'm going to pause because I have a request in the chat for the schedule, please. Yes, thank you for asking. We will do our best to be very diligent with the chat and responding. I'm going to put a link to the schedule. It includes everything except the lightning rounds. Throughout the event, we will have quick 5-minute sessions from some community leaders, as well as these keynotes, the 15-20-minute talks. So the schedule is there in the chat. And as I was saying, we went back and forth. What should we talk about? So many, 50 topics worth talking about, so little time. One of them that really came out of these discussions was the idea of passing the torch, establishing continuity. Many of us create projects, and then those projects wither or disappear once we leave. And there are tremendous examples out there of creating something that outlives your interest, that outlives your ability to give it time and energy. And truly a big part of sustaining, maintaining community is passing the torch. And so with that, I am tremendously excited to introduce our first keynote presenter, someone who has inspired me to no end with their talent, raw physical talent in the floors, with their media ability to create both photos and graphic art and video, with their community leadership in events such as Flowfest, Fire Drums. I could go on and on, but we are on a schedule. We have an agenda. So with that, I give to you.
Kevin, you still have 2 minutes. You can talk about me. That's fine.
Please shower with affection. This individual,
1 minute.
Truly a leader in the flow arts community. They have inspired me. They have inspired so many others, and they truly deserve their spot at the top of our presenter list. Let's hear it. And by the way, this is Zoom applause for those of you who don't know, the finger flashes. Let's hear it for Ryan Fish.
Hi everybody. And I have a presentation today, and it's called Passing the Torch. And what this is about is developing a next generation of leadership, which is kind of the point of this entire thing, is developing leaders. And to me, it's something that is kind of overlooked, honestly, by leaders, is how do we develop new leaders? So I want you, everyone here, regardless of whether you're consider yourself a leader right now or want to be a leader, is to think about, how did you get into some of the roles that you have? How did you get a position you have? And I might call on a couple of people in particular to just kind of ask, but I know Kevin's got the mic on, so out of curiosity, Kevin, how did you get into the position that you're in right now? Just in a sentence or two.
I led an event called Pyrotrania, and Noel Yee came to that event and enjoyed the experience and invited me to do a fire walk at Fire Drums. So I began as a workshop leader, and quickly snowballed without really the original intention. I'm going to be the GM someday. No, that it grew and evolved. It started as a workshop leader. Then I was an organizer. Then I was a director, and I slow, steady build that all started with being invited to teach a workshop.
Mm-hmm. And I will also name check Noel there as I had applied to be in the flow show, and then my performance team fell apart last minute, where half of the team quit a few hours before a deadline. And I apologized, said that our act was no longer viable with just 2 people instead of 4. However, I would like to instead volunteer to help make up the gap in any way I could. Noel took me up on that, and very slowly that was one of my very first positions, was being a stage manager for the flow show, purely by just volunteering and Noel kind of picking me. So my next question to people is to think about for a minute, do you remember wanting to be a leader before you became one, or wanting to be one if you're right now? And just think about it, like you said it, kind of an intention, and we're going to be a little woo about that, but if you wanted to be a leader, did you say it out loud to anyone? Did you say, I'm interested in this? And that's one of the things I think is really important, is making other people aware of your intentions. Less woo, just telling people you want to do something. So when I told Noel that like I want to help, kind of became there. And my next question is, who helped you get into that position? So for both Kevin and I, it's Noel, but my point here is that developing leadership is relational, and that we have associations and relations with other people, and that, you know, that develops our line toward leadership. One more question to think about here is, if you hold a position of leadership, who was in that position before you? And who do you remember being leadership positions? Just think about it for a second. If it's a long time ago, if it's really recent, think about who your local community leaders are and who you think of as leaders. Now, that's kind of your only homework right now, to just think about those 4 questions. Is, how did or do you become a leader? Do you remember wanting to be a leader or setting an intention? Who helped you become one? And who is in your position before you? So, how does anyone become a leader? Well, it's pretty rare that people create their own positions and step into them. It does happen, and those people are wonderful. It's just like they see a need and they step into a gap. But frequently, it's replacing other people in their leadership positions as they move on. One of the profound failures I see frequently is that we don't develop new leaders. People just kind of fall into it. And that's cool. There's a lot of passionate people here, but we can do a much better job of developing people to take positions and to step up. So the first thing we need to do is watch for people who can have those positions. I hope everyone can hear me fine, but if you can't, please drop it in the chat that you're having any trouble.
You're coming in good.
Excellent, thank you. But you need to watch for people and listen. If someone tells you that they are looking to take a more active role in community, you need to really log that. Really log that. When I hear anyone say that they want to be performing, that they want to get more involved, and they want to do anything, is I set a calendar reminder to check in with them at some point. And I put them on a list of people who have said this to me, and I keep checking back in with them. I never forget when somebody tells me that they're like interested in something. I'm like, okay, my brain is not good at natively remembering this, but I want to check in with you and try and find some way to plug you in, because if I have the opportunity to offer you a position, I will, especially if I think you're qualified for it. And so many times somebody has told me they want to be involved and then I forgot to follow up. I know, yeah, it's a hard thing to remember to follow up on this stuff. But I really believe in leading from passion, essentially. As many of us are fire dancers, we're kind of avatars for passion and people's imagination. And I'm like, why be a fire dancer at all or a flow artist if you don't love it? And why be a leader if you don't love developing this community? There's a lot of ways to motivate people to do things, but I really believe in autotelic experiences for this, where it's like you're self-motivating constantly. And that helps you fight against burnout and exploitation. And when you know that you're passionate about something. So we watch for new leaders. We listen for new leaders. Those are the first things. Like, people will tell you what they want. Now, not everybody does tell you what they want. Kevin dropped in here that at first he wasn't conscious about wanting to be a leader. He might have just filled a role. But you need to take note of what roles people take in your local community. Do you see people who are already stepping up? Do you see people who naturally have those qualities? And to me, and I say this a bunch, I don't believe there are any leaders without responsibility. This community is not about celebrity. We're not influencers. Leaders have to have skin in the game and take responsibility and put in work. There's a lot of people who want authority without responsibility, and that's not a leader. So be very, when you're looking for people that you want to develop, beware of people who are very interested in influence and less interested in taking responsibility. Hoodie. We talk about communicating verbally about wanting to be involved, but at least are regular for local regular things. I often said, show up 3 times and ask to help, and you're essentially going to be an organizer, because many people dive in once, but I remember people side to side with a few times. Oh yeah, that's like the approaching the rabbi thing, where you approach them multiple times before they accept you. So again, beware of people who are looking for influence without responsibility. Take note of how people move in your local community. And, you know, unfortunately, all of us are probably hyper attuned after things like Me Too, if you weren't aware of them before, and aware of things like diversity, but like note, there are some people who absolutely want to lead, and it's not necessary that they can be fully responsible. So kind of watch. So now we know a little bit of how to watch for leaders. And I mean, I think sometimes it's fairly obvious. I think Amy Velichka is here. I think Amy is an obvious leader and who will be speaking later. And Amy, who I will talk about later, also introduced me to a lot of things. Kevin has been a mentor to me as well. And these things are important. You need mentors. Hoopers sometimes talk about having a hoop mom, but having like a leadership person who brings you in, that person who helped you, we remember that. Those are mentors. In our community, when we pass the torch, we need direct mentorship. Nobody arrives springing forth like Athena from the head of Zeus, fully formed. You need training, you need experience, and everybody brings a different set of experiences to the thing. So when you find these leaders, start giving them a little bit of responsibility. If you can, if you have such authority, start asking and them hopefully consenting to take on responsibilities. But guide, like check in with people. And that's with when things go wrong, when things go right, when you see them doing something, just give feedback. And the mentorship process is really, really important. During my brief stint in sideshow school, it was all about mentorship, because magic, like sideshow, like plenty of like odd esoteric arts, they do not do things without direct mentorship and direct training. And sometimes I think that's a little bit lost in the very low barrier to entry flow arts, that we have less mentorship and training directly. It's very easy to just show up to a workshop and not traveling to the mountaintop to get that leadership or that specialized training. So we've talked about setting an intention, putting it out there that you want to lead, teach, anything, community, organize, and finding people to do that. If you're looking to get in, you find people that you want to tell this to. Richard says, except when we have most of our events on literal mountaintops. Yeah. Finding people who are a part of the community who want to lead, finding people who are in leadership positions and communicating to them. I mentioned about, for instance, Flow Show. When people tell me that they're interested in being a performer, being organized, you can bet they're going to hear from me and I'm going to remind them. So just putting it out there, communicating. Communicating is everything. Information science is information communication, all everything. Then developing them actively. But there's another part of this that I feel like is often lost, and that's legacy of leadership. And what is your legacy as a leader? I hate to tell you all that we're not going to be here forever. I used to not really appreciate ephemeral arts or arts in the moment. I didn't really appreciate if there wasn't like a relic or a physical, tangible object of the art. And dancing, fire dancing, flow arts are all very ephemeral. We're sculpting in a moment in time. And it's a good reminder, honestly, that we're not going to be here forever. As many weird positions and titles as I have taken on, many of them I need to move on from. And for me to do that successfully, I have to develop someone to replace me. The same as once someone developed me to replace them taking on the flow show. So your legacy, to me, and project managers out there are going to be like, yes, is your documentation. When you are fulfilling any kind of leadership role, you need to document how you did this leadership role. In running Ministry of Flow, which is a conclave based out of the Bay Area, I was shocked that there's almost no paperwork, almost no records, almost everything was done like on Post-it notes. And just even writing down attendance was kind of odd to the group. And I built a 25 page document of just how did I run Ministry of Flow. Here's how I ran attendance. Here's an entire page of all policies. Here's notes of any time I had to speak with anyone. Here's notes of this. Here's all of our choreography. Here's each section, how they chose to choreograph versus how I built this thing. And I know, I'm sorry, Amy, I know you also ran these things. Oh God, Amy was responsible for the Post-its. I complain about that Post-it system so much. But having documentation of how you did something is your legacy as a leader. You take that document in your mentorship and pass it on to the next person. They should be living documents that they build a new one. And my background is theater and film. So we build tremendous amounts of documents and schedules and everything. And passing those documents on, anybody should be able to reconstruct the thing. It's a very complex organism to make that kind of art. So without your documentation, things get lost. Documentation is such a critical key. Yeah, that's what you need to pass on, is a document of how you did something. And every person who's in that position should have a continuity of documents and continuity of handoff. I've had positions within FAI where there is documentation, positions where there's not. I've had tons of positions where it's just like, we don't have anything to tell you how to do this. And thankfully I have the experience in some of them to do it.
I'm trying to be nice, but I come in here and immediately get.
What? I don't know who that.
I think someone just forgot to mute.
I'm unmuted. There we go. Sorry, it got me muted there for a minute. Anyway, I wanted to kind of bounce this back and forth with Kevin now about these like 3 things that kind of this all gathered around: looking for leaders, mentoring leaders, and then handing off documentation of how you lead. And Kevin has experience passing off a lot of positions as well, including a little bit of mentorship of me as well in my fire drums role. So I just kind of want to hear a little bit from Kevin here for a moment.
Well, as a juggler, I've passed a lot of torches. Sometimes they are dropped and sometimes they are caught. One good example is passing the fire drums torch. As I step down from the GM role, I think it is more than just saying, okay, you are in charge now. Chris Meyer, a very intelligent, talented, capable human being, is taking the helm for fire drums. And that process, I'll just describe some of it. One, since the time we agreed that would start, we've done separate monthly meetings and just giving that time to process. There are always questions in the passing the torch role. So that's gone on for about 2 years now, monthly meetings because of the pandemic and the delay being there. And there's always questions that maybe I thought were obvious or didn't consider at all. But the process of having contact with the individual who you are passing the torch with, whether it's 3 times a year, once a month, twice a week, setting up some sort of formal system for them to know, I can ask these questions at this time. Structure. Documentation. We have a lot of documentation with fire drums being passed on, and yet it still doesn't feel like enough. I'm talking folders on folders and folders on folders with folders. The folders have folders, and there's a lot, and yet it's never quite enough. You know, a true document for a GM and how to continue the event, I would say, wasn't really ideally in place. That said, there were a lot of documents. There was the decision to pass the torch to Chris a year before it was going to happen. I think if we're passing the torch, think of the Olympics and the running and the baton. The person starts running early and then they receive the baton. It can be very jarring to say, here, this is you, go. But to have some sort of process of, all right, start the boat, get running. And by the time the baton is passed, both people are going at approximately the same speed. And now the person passing the torch slows down. There is an intention involved, a self-identified awareness of the need for the torch to be passed. I knew that it was time to pass this torch well before it was passed. We had lots of conversations. There were choices, there were interviews. The whole process of selecting a new GM was about a year long. It's not just something that's immediate. You need to help cultivate the person you want to pass the torch to in advance and be conscious of that. Teach, train. Just the fact that Chris knew she would be leading fire drums made her fire drums experience before the pass off much different. Same with me. I knew I would be taking over fire drums a year before. And so the next time I'm at that event, still doing my other job, my eyes were open in a whole new way. The knowledge and awareness that the torch will be passed is, I think, absolutely, I want to say vital or important to a successful transition. I could go on, but to be conscious, you want to pass the torch. Make yourself accessible to the person to whom the torch is being passed. Allow them time to process. I know there's only about 2 minutes left. So Fish, I'm going to hand it back to you.
Excellent. It's I said, like, you kind of consent to being a leader, because there are definitely people who feel like they never consent to it, but you affirm it. Like, someone should ask you if you actually want that job at some point. I want to, if anyone here in the chat wants to add a question before we move on, we've got 2 minutes. So quickly, if you have any questions for me or for this, and don't worry, even if this presentation is over, you are welcome to send me questions any way you send them, and I will answer them, probably at much more length and detail than you've ever wanted. But anybody here? And also speaking to this, Chris was also a trainee from me. Chris was passed on to work on the show with me. Richard, are we self-selecting for rich community members by continuing to invite volunteers as leaders and staff? Yeah. I do get concerned about this. It's kind of a major economic classist thing. And Richard and I think we would both agree that one of the things that leads to burnout of our leaders is feeling exploited. And when there's not financing or anything, it's just a volunteer position, that can definitely feel that way. And, you know, it's funny, in a recent conversation, I said something about, like, nobody's doing this to get rich. And rightfully, the person I said that to bristled, was mad at me. And I realized that often when they've heard that nobody's doing this to be rich, they've heard that as a reason why they should never get any money, and why there's no funding to do the leadership things they want to do. When instead, I meant it as, nobody's getting rich on this, so we should obviously do these things. We should obviously push money toward those things. We should obviously push any resources toward that kind of development. Time. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Fish. Thank you for your wisdom and for reminding us how important it is to notice the leaders around us in our communities, prepare to pass the torch, develop mentorship relationships, reach out for opportunities to take on responsibility. If you know that you have the drive and the passion to, the skills will follow. And of course, always documentation. One of my faves. Um, Fish, you're awesome, and I really appreciate you. And I want to thank you for sharing with us today. And I am super delighted to introduce the next presenter. Before I do, let's do a little finger stretching, a little shake out. Shake it out. Why not? We can. We could shake it. We could break it down. Don't get too crazy. Oh, I see some tech in the boxes. You must be ready to welcome Thai food. So I want to tell you a little bit about this awesome presenter. He is a hip hop dancer, movement enthusiast, and neuroscience graduate. He's been spinning poi for 9 years and dancing for 7. And in order to help bring all movement artists together so that key ideas can be shared, skill growth accelerated, key ideas, creativity stimulated, Ty founded and developed Prop Dance Culture, which is a social network, e-learning, and multi-vendor website. And towards similar ends, he also developed the Flow Arts Meetup app, which is available on both Android and iOS. Ty is also now working towards making the Flow Arts Meetup app more accessible to help people not just connect, but achieve personal growth as well, something he'll be speaking about quite a bit this day. So I want to encourage everybody to do the awesome finger waggle and welcome Thai Foods.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me. That was a great talk, Fish. I only caught the tail end of it, but still, it sounded really, really good. And I liked what you had to say as well, Kevin. That was great. So yeah, my talk, fostering meaningful connections and personal growth in the flow arts. It's also inside and outside of flow arts, kind of making it more general. But here are some of like the questions that'll give you a flavor of the talk, and that I hope to inspire you to kind of like think about a little bit, even if it's not you directly working on the thing. Yeah, so I wonder, how do we do this in the first place? How do we foster meaningful connections and encourage personal growth both inside and outside the flow arts? And particularly, how do we do this in the context of social networks? Like, everybody is on like Facebook and Instagram and like TikTok and stuff like that. But these social networks, I feel like they're all focused on just getting our attention, getting us to scroll for as long as possible mindlessly, and like watch video clips that are not necessarily towards making you better at whatever it is you're doing or making you grow in the way that you want. It's just really like a slot machine type grind where you're really just mostly, for the most part, getting dopamine hits endlessly and entertaining yourself. And so I want to think about how a different social network can do that differently, can, you know, actually make you want to use it not for dopamine hits, but because, wow, this is actually making me a better person. That's why I like to use this. Same reason why you'd want to like meditate or maybe even do flow arts in the first place or stuff like that. Yeah. So other questions are, how do social networks influence like real life interactions? How we can make those real life interactions better? So I feel like maybe things are weird when translating from social network to real life and real life to social network. Like the relationships are maybe, I don't know, maybe like awkward or not the same, or just how do we make it smoother? You know, how do we make it like just a better transition overall? And then another question I have here is just, how do we as a community converge on values that we all want to share? Like, I think as a community, we have kind of like an ideal somehow that's maybe not made explicit. And so I'm wondering, like, is it possible to make these kind of ideals and values explicit? Like, for example, constructive criticism is probably a big one. We all post in groups and people will go like, you suck. And it's like, okay, like maybe you're not so offended by I suck, but like, why do I suck? It would be great if you tell me like the particular things that I can do to get better. You know, why is it that you actually don't dislike the video? Is it the lighting? Is it this or that? So constructive criticism and like bringing behaviors that actually, again, like make us all better as a community and make us just more socially connected in that way. So those are questions that I want y'all to like think about. Hopefully I'm like setting the tone, and yeah. So for those of you that don't know about the Flow Arts Meetup app, Flow Arts Meetup it's a social network for flow artists that allow them to meet up, but also I'm trying to make it be something that helps you with personal growth. So there's a few issues in the community that I think the app currently addresses, and the next thing that I'm trying to tackle is essentially personal growth within the community. So the issues that I think it fixes is whenever you're traveling from one place to another place, say, I don't know, you go anywhere in the world, it's kind of hard to find the flow arts community there, like who's the local people there, especially if maybe you're road tripping and you want to do workshops like I did around the United States. I just went from city to city and did workshops in all those places. And what I did to actually find a local community there was I went on Facebook and I'm going like, okay, I'm on Facebook. I know the people are here. What do I do? Maybe like Arkansas's Flow tribe, or maybe like juggling Arkansas, or maybe I don't know, dance flow group, right? So you just kind of like go to these states and type in words that you think might be associated with that community, and then you try to connect with people there. And of course, not everybody is on Facebook, which brings me to another issue, is that not only are some people not on Facebook, some people are on Facebook, but like their just account is just there and it's dead. And so when you try to reach out to them, they're like they're gone, they're just not available, and so you can't reach out to the community, even though they're still in the community doing community things. They're not there on Facebook. And the reason they're not there on Facebook, or not on Facebook to begin with, is because a lot of people are only on it, right, in the first place for flow art stuff, and sorry, they're not on there because of all the other stuff that Facebook does. So like it's a bunch of irrelevant stuff, right? And that has to be that you're able to either ignore that or get over it or whatever, so you can focus on only the flow arts like related things. And so Flow Arts Meetup is good because it's just only like flow art stuff. So you don't have all that other extra noise that is distracting you, that's making you scroll endlessly. You're not there like getting confused. And so the idea is to have something that's dedicated to the craft so that people are not like distracted by irrelevant and stuff like that. So there's like a map on the Flow Arts Meetup app, which I guess I could demonstrate. I actually have a question for everybody. If you've heard of Flow Arts Meetup or have it on your phone, or actually let's do this. If you haven't heard of Flow Arts Meetup, or if you don't have it on your phone, like just say, I don't have it in the chat. I'd be interested to see who has the app, who's heard of it, who doesn't. Yeah, that would be cool. But the Flow Arts Meetup app, let's see if I can get to, I'm gonna have to switch my settings here maybe. Let's see. Where is this button to the technical difficulties? Filter background, none blur. Okay, cool, boom. All right, so this is the Flow Arts Meetup map, so that we're talking about this kind of first solution here. So you can literally see all of flow artists who have the app on a bunch of different places. It's legit all over the world at this point, which is pretty awesome. You got Africa, Asia, Australia, New Zealand. We got some people in Russia, like all over Europe and like the UK. So when you go and travel to these places, you'll pop into this place and you can see everybody around you, and you can send them a message and be like, hey, like, what's up? I'm trying to, like jam here or whatever. And you can visit their little profile to see if they're doing like stuff that you're interested in. Yeah. And you can like share your thoughts and whatnot. So this is a place where thoughts would be, but I have not shared any thoughts. But yeah, like videos, just like that. You have your followers and your following. And that's all well and good. Another thing you can do is that when you get to these places, or even before you get to the place, you can actually make an event at that location. And what it will do is it will actually notify everyone who is in that radius about the event that you created. So if you want to go there and like do like a pop-up jam or something like that, then you can do that and everyone will be notified and be like, oh, okay, this person is here. And actually what I want to do is add something so that if you just simply show up there and open the app, that'll notify you and be like, oh, blah, blah, blah is a new person that has arrived in your area. So you can like set up a jam or personal connection with them like that. So on the app, there is, like I said, a list of events, and the events are ordered by how close they are to you. Yeah, look at Florida Flow Fest. Yeah, so you can get to see everything that is near you, and you can simply just create an event like this, put it in your category that you desire, and then a bunch of categories at the top here. And you even have COVID safe events for those who are taking like super extra precautions, like being masked up, being outside, making sure people are vaccinated, et cetera, and so forth. And the app will like quiz everybody who's joining and have them fill out a survey to be like, oh, do they live with people that are COVID safe, et cetera, and so forth, so that we can just make sure it's COVID safe. So yeah, that's what we do on the events side to get people to be able to meet up more easily, as well as get up to people to meet more easily just in like one-on-one confrontations or whatever. On the map, you can actually also filter it so that you can see events only on the map, flow arts only on the map, or even like vendors on the map. So people who like sell things or provide some type of service, so that you can see, oh, who are the locals here? How can I support like the local, small businesses that are here? And I think that's just a really cool thing to do, which also kind of helps with personal growth, because people, might want to try to live on this, make some like income off this. I think a lot of people like to live from their passion. And so I tried to make features that essentially facilitate that. Okay. So that was kind of a whirlwind on like some kind of small issues in the community and how I'm trying to kind of like fix those. So, and there's a little bit about like meaningful connections too. Yeah. Another thing that I'm adding, and this is where I want to kind of like get to next, because this is the first time that I'm presenting on this and trying to stuff all of this information into one talk really quick. So the first thing I want to say is I want Flow Arts Meetup to be like a meritocracy, which means I want to put ideas first. So the goal of the whole app is to make meaningful connections and encourage personal growth. And obviously, I don't know exactly everything there is to do to make that happen, right? So I need to rely on like the community as a whole to make it happen together. So I think, for instance, that an interesting idea is like a dating section within the Flow Arts Meetup app. So obviously there are like a bunch of things to say about that. In particular, people raise concerns about like safety, so to address some safety things, it's just like I'm thinking, and in general, safety within the app, is a big thing. So when you sign up to the app, first of all, you have to use your phone number, which makes it like a little bit more difficult to, just make like a ton of accounts, that would be, so I can just ban you by your phone number and your email if you sign up with your email as well. So doing that is one like surface layer easy thing. The next thing is you might be concerned about like your location coming up on the map, but all locations are anonymized within like a 10-20 mile radius, so that nobody ever knows your exact location. It's never saved in the database. Like, that's completely fine. And then the dating section would be entirely separate from the main app, such that it's really not easy at all to essentially find someone's main profile from the dating section. And it would be just kind of like Tinder or Bumble, if you've ever seen that, where you swipe left and you swipe right, but like you can also, I guess, share stuff from your main profile if you want, such as your videos and maybe some of your pictures, but like you don't have to do that at all, And the last thing there is like a reputation system, so that like you have everybody essentially upvoting and downvoting you, and that's like your reputation. Like, oh, had a good interaction with this person, thumbs up. And what happens is you can't see your own reputation, and when the person gives you a reputation, that's like anonymous. So you have this score that's just anonymously given to you by the community, and I feel like that would be a really good way to just get a good quick look at like, oh, should I really go chill or hang out with this person when I'm in this particular area? Or if I connected with them through the dating function, should I really like connect with that person there? And so that'll give you hopefully a good way to assess that, a person's credibility, so to speak. Okay, so now the last thing which I'll run into is facilitating personal growth. This is the big question here. And I'm going to skip to pretty much like, I have like small things that I do within the app. Like I'll put like little when you're about to make a comment, there's like a little placeholder thing and it'll be like, say something meaningful. Or at the top of it, it'll be like, be kind. So like little tiny things to kind of nudge people in a more positive direction, hopefully subconsciously influencing them to be more thoughtful when they're interacting with people within the app. But I think there should also be like a very conscious component to make people, more aware of how they can develop themselves personally and interact with people better in a better way. And so, like, one of the things I was kind of thinking with is like, there could be kind of like a group or a forum or something in the app that it like allows people to share a bunch of collections of practices or ideas or beliefs that they think helps them with their goals and stuff, that helps them grow personally. For example, like a belief that I have, a few beliefs that I have, or like decisions that you can make about the beliefs that you should have are like, do you believe you live in a hostile or friendly universe? Could be something there. And if a lot of people agree with that, everybody's uploading that. And it's like, oh, maybe I'll adopt this belief or the idea to choose this. I'll like think about that. Like, do I live in a hostile or friendly universe? Because if you think that you live in a hostile universe, everything that you're going to see and pay attention to is confirming that. You're like, oh, well, this thing happened to me. Of course, that's because things suck. And this happened to me. That's because. But if you see, that you're in a friendly universe, then you have the opposite interaction, like, more proof that like things are going well. Everything, that's a proof that like everything kind of works out and it's for a reason. And I feel like that helps you move towards your goals typically. Another thing is like whether you believe people are fundamentally evil or fundamentally good, or whether or not you can get better at things with sustained practice, or whether or not you're kind of where you at and like that's just all where you're ever going to be, and that's what you have to work with. So how can we get people to discuss these ideas like openly more, and like converge upon values, like I was saying, as a whole community, as well as how can we take those things and kind of bake them in to the app itself? Like again, like I said, with like the little nudges, here and there. I don't know. Like maybe you could have a post, and the post is like a post where it restricts people to only giving you creative criticism, and like people will report the comment that you make if it's not a creative constructive criticism thing, so that you can have posts where you want a desired result and you're asking for it, so it like checks with the user, oh, are you sure you're aligning with their desired result, right? Things like this. And so I know that I am running out of time here, so I also want to help you guys. I want to make you guys, hopefully help you guys think about future stuff, which is Facebook has all these algorithms like artificial intelligence and stuff like that. And what they do is they use it to sell things to you. They pay attention to all your interactions, clicks, what you're paying attention to, etc. And they use that information just to basically sell you things and keep you on the app for as long as possible. So what if we could use artificial intelligence, again, like I said in the beginning, but now with artificial intelligence, to actually help you grow as a person and make meaningful connections, so that when you get suggested things, it's something that is maybe a little bit outside your bubble, not putting you in the same bubble where, like, say if you're conservative or you're heavy like libertarian, that you're only seeing that stuff, but actually shows you other stuff that maybe you could pay attention to, that conflicts. It's really important that you don't get trapped in your own beliefs, And so how can we do things like that with artificial intelligence to, help ourselves become better as individuals and a community? So, I would like us to all think about that a lot. It's something that I'm thinking about a lot. And if you have any thoughts that you have towards that, I would love if you would like forward them to me and we can discuss them. We can discuss all types of new features. Again, I want Florence Meetup to be like a meritocracy and for it to actually help the world. Another last thing that I will mention is, could we take down Facebook? Could this be a thing? So listen, just hear me out. All right. So not just, I have the Florence Meetup app. That's really, really cool. But what I'm thinking is I'm going to generalize the software. I'm going to turn it into software that any community can like purchase, and like all these same things, make their community better, foster meaningful connections, personal growth, encourage that, all these things I just talked about here, but for other communities. So like, what about a dance meetup app, a yoga meetup app, a computer nerds meetup app, etc. and so forth, right? And this is all part of a system which I call Niche X, which stands for niche exploration. And the idea in the future would be it'd be like one big app where you're actually moving from world to world, from niche to niche, seeing stuff only about yoga, only about hip hop dance, only about this and that, and seeing what people are talking about and doing to make connections and have personal growth throughout that. And helps you again, grow as a person, not about just like selling you stuff and everything like that. And hopefully, maybe, big idea, maybe that can help get rid of Facebook and stop us from just scrolling mindlessly and endlessly. So yeah, if you have any questions or comments or anything to say about it, please let me know directly because I don't think we have any time here. So yeah, and thank
We
you.
have a little bit of time.
Yeah,
We
you've
have
got a
just
little
few
bit of time.
minutes.
4 minutes
Oh,
to chat
5
and make
minutes?
questions. If anyone wants to ask Ty questions, easiest ways in the chat.
Yeah, let's go. Questions, comments. I know it's like big topics.
Oh, I've got one for you.
Okay, definitely.
I know that you are an avid studier and you're in school, and we've already dropped. I thought you were kind of referencing Nudge for just a minute there. It sounded exactly like something from Nudge, so I dropped it in the chat. But if there are books or resources or inspirations to what you've been developing this from, I think people love to hear that stuff and explore it.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so you all know Harari as a really good. Ooh, I accidentally sent that to only Cassandra. You've all Noah Harari. He wrote like a book called Sapiens and some other great books. There we go. And he talks a lot about this too, about how essentially Facebook hacks your brain and like makes you have certain decisions and beliefs and et cetera and so forth. There's actually an experiment that they did where they went to see, can we make people depressed or not? And like the result was, yes, we can make people depressed. I'm like, okay, that's great to know. Like, do they not do that? You know, like, so they're really twisting buttons and you have no idea how they're twisting your buttons. And it would be great if you could control twisting your own buttons. Another one that's kind of like related to this is there is this podcast or studio called Impact Theory, run by Tom and Lisa Bilyeu. And what they do, Tom and Lisa Bilyeu, Impact Theory, is that they're building a podcast where they interview high performers and talk all about personal growth. They have like this whole thing, like a belief system, talking about stuff like that. Like, do you believe in a hostile or friendly universe? Which one of those beliefs would actually move you towards your goals? You should, in fact, only do things that move you towards your goals, and getting you to put these type of things at the forefront of your mind. And that's for the people who already are kind of into this, but they also want to, again, like bake it into the culture so that even people who are not like consciously trying to focus on personal growth and etc. somehow just get nudged into like being this way where they have more like growth mindsets, believe that they can actually change and grow, etc. and so forth. So those are two big ones, I think. And then yeah, those are two big ones. I think someone asked about challenges in building the Flow Arts meetup. So the biggest challenge is basically just that I am one person doing all of this. So I'm like coding everything. I'm a full-time student. Well, I just finished my semester, but another one's going to be coming up. I'm going for my PhD in computational neuroscience. I'm one person. I'm doing this thing, and yeah, so that's the biggest challenge. So if you have like skills in like programming or something else, you think you know a way that you could help, like come on out, I'll talk about it, see what we can do. Social Dilemma was just mentioned in the chat, and that is a really good one that everybody should check out, a documentary about social media and its negative tactics and impact on society. So yeah.
All right, I think that's gonna sum up Ty. There's me. I'm trying to pass the screen to Amy.
Thank you.
And spotlighted me. Where is Amy? Why am I not spotting you anyhow? Man, so much screen space, guys. Half a second to find Amy here.
We got Amy on screen.
Excellent, thanks. Cool. Well, this is someone I'm very privileged to call my friend and currently co-conspirator for the Flow Show. I frequently mention that Amy is the person who gave me my very first real set of Boogang, and I have no idea if she regrets that decision, but it's still going. And Amy has tremendous inspiration to me and a lot of people, and very hard worker, and has also led with Ministry of Flow and now with the Flow Show, and absolutely with the IJA, which she's here to talk to us about. So Amy, take it away.
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Amy, and as Ryan mentioned, okay. I'm on the board of directors of the IJA, the International Jugglers Association. And firstly, just real quick, since I'm speaking at a Flow Arts Leadership Forum about the IJA, I just need to get one thing out of the way. Flow Arts is juggling, juggling is flow arts. I invite you all to continue to have heated discussion regarding the similarities and differences of flow arts and juggling, both their physical acts and their respective communities, for as long as it is interesting, entertaining, motivating, or illuminating. However, the mission of the IJA is to render assistance to fellow jugglers, and you all qualify, even if you don't get my nerdy puns. And I get to decide that because I'm on the board of directors. And since you're all flow arts leaders, I want to talk a bit about the overall structure of the IJA as a nonprofit organization, and also give you an overview of the various things we do, and maybe even convince some of you to join the club. So the IJA was founded in 1947, which makes it 75 years old as of this upcoming June. It's got some serious history. Side note, there is so much documentation in our Google Drive. It's a 501c3 nonprofit organization, and as a nonprofit, we're legally required to have a board of directors. The board assumes responsibility for the organization's well-being. Laws vary by state, but in Delaware, where the IJA is technically based, we're required to have at least one director serving as the board chair. Beyond just Delaware state law, though, we also have bylaws. Our bylaws state that the IJA's board of directors consists of 7 directors who all serve 2-year terms. Following a nomination process, the entire IJA membership appoints directors by voting at the annual festival each year. I know this all sounds very dry, and responsibilities and legal requirements, but really the board of directors gets to define the vision and direction for the IJA. So when I said earlier, I get to decide that you qualify as jugglers, I meant it. I mean, I don't get to call you whatever I want to call you, that's rude, but I do get to decide that you qualify. So our board meets twice a month, once for an informal vision meeting and once for a formal business meeting following Robert's Rules of Order. Both meetings are open to all IJA members, and if you'd like to get involved, are a great place to start. If governance models are your jam, I'm going to drop some links to our bylaws and Robert's Rules of Order in the chat now. So the IJA is fundamentally a membership organization. You pay membership fees and get certain benefits for being a member. One of those benefits is voting on director or nominating yourself to become a director. But for many people, membership means attending the annual festival, which is a members only event, access to members only online content, some discounts via the vendor discount program, and also just feeling good about supporting juggling. It's cheap, it's only $27 a year, and literally all of that money goes to IJA operations. We're an entirely volunteer-run organization. The IJA has many different programs, and officers are the people keeping those programs alive and running. So we have boards and officers and volunteers. And I'm going to drop some links to the board and officers into the chat here. So while we're entirely volunteer run, officer roles can be a great starting point for cultivating a network or creating a skill set. Want to get involved in social media marketing and already follow a bunch of great juggling? You volunteer with social media team. Our Facebook has over 140,000 followers, and our Instagram has over 80,000 followers. Looking to teach juggling to kids? Our Youth Juggling Academy provides a number of resources to teachers, admittedly currently a bit topical-centric, to help promote juggling to youth. We're actually currently looking for a new director for the Youth Juggling Academy. This is a fantastic opportunity to network with teachers around the world. both other juggling teachers as well as your traditional physical education teachers in schools. The IJA also runs the IJA regional competitions. These are stage performance juggling competitions that serve to both highlight fantastic regional juggling on a global stage, really motivate and move individuals to push their juggling to the next level. eJuggle is an online juggling magazine and publishes the popular IJA Tricks of the Month video series. I am really out of time, but I hope I hope that was gives you some insight into our operations and maybe inspired you to join our team and maybe giving you some direction on your own nonprofit organization. Please feel free to reach out with any questions.
Yay!
Thank you,
so
Amy.
much, Amy. Deeply appreciate your service to the IJA and for sharing that with everyone. Everyone here on this call, the IJA is a model with what, 60, 70, 80-year history? I forget, a lot, decades and decades. They've passed the torch over and over. They've impacted juggling around the world. If you are a leader in the flow arts, you can learn something from the IJA, just being a member, seeing what they do, getting involved. I myself served two-year terms on the board of directors, and it forever impacted and it enabled me in terms of running organizations, doing events. So Amy, one more time, thank you for your service. Reach out, connect with Amy if you have any questions. Connect with the IJA. Connect with the IJA, the International Jugglers Association. Because I'm with you, Amy. Flow arts, juggling, come on, it's the same thing. You can learn a lot from the IJA, and they have served juggling and flow arts for decades. And I have no doubt will continue to serve for decades more because of people like Amy and her hard work. Okay, it's time. Appreciate you rolling with us, everyone. We set an ambitious schedule, and that was even toning back from what we wanted to do. So we appreciate the 5-minute flash presenters and our 15, 20-minute keynotes. All of you, thank you. Next is our first panel. Over the course of the pandemic, I myself have been, I would say, deeply impacted by a multitude of panels hosted by a multitude of flow arts events on important cultural issues, access, equity. And I could go on and on the deep levels of conversations we as a community have had. And I want to not pat you all on the back, but just acknowledge that I'm in many other communities, magic, event management, breath work, empowerment, and the flow arts community led the way, at least in the communities that I'm in these panels, in having these discussions publicly, live. And while I'm sure many were filled with flaws, it meant something. May we continue to facilitate these conversations. To continue facilitating these conversations, I will invite our panel director, the moderator, I believe is the title, for Empowered, Enabled, Included, a panel on access to flow. Cassandra.
Thank you, Kevin. I want to say that putting this panel together has been an incredible journey for me, and I'm going to share hopefully at the end of this discussion some of the lessons that I have learned. But I want to bring up with me, and again, I want to preface this by saying this is not going to be a traditional panel. Okay, we're going to be talking about some of the issues that members of our community face as it pertains to access and inclusion. And specifically, we're talking about accessibility. So I want to bring up Jackie, who has graciously offered to participate in this discussion. And Jackie has been creating and innovating both on their own, my mistake, and also in the creation of Self-Discovery Circus, which I want to encourage them to speak more on to all of us. I invited Jackie to this conversation specifically about accessibility issues because Jackie is a human being who has experienced some different kinds of mobility challenges than a standard bodied human being. So I wanted to invite them to share their perspective. And I want to give you an opportunity to introduce yourself before jumping into some questions. I'm going to ask you to unmute. We can do it. We can do the thing. We might be able to do the thing. Let us see if we can do the thing. There's an irony operating in this moment. Yes. No?
No, no,
No? Not yet?
not yet.
Oh, Jackie. Oh, dear. Would you like to maybe rejoin the Zoom and see if that will solve our issue? Wonderful. We'll see you in just a moment. While Jackie rejoins the Zoom, I can take this opportunity to share that we invited to this panel a physically disabled, visually disabled, visually impaired flow artist. Her name is Jody Janechill. She was unable to make it to be present with us today, but she did send me her comments. And so while we get Jackie situated, I want to share with you, I specifically asked Jody about their experience attending events and what we need to know about their needs so that we can better accommodate both her and also others like her, and how we as a community can open ourselves up so that they feel empowered, enabled, empowered, and included. So these are Jody's words, okay? This is a little bit lengthy, so bear with me. From my experience with other activities, I find it helpful when there is a volunteer that helps me orient to the environment. This includes where the bathroom is, where the food is, and where the events will be taking place, especially as there may be poor sidewalks or only grass to go through, which is very challenging to navigate. Yay, Jackie. Jackie, I'm reading Jody's statement, okay? Ideally, a volunteer to escort me when going from activity to activity would be ideal. It would also be helpful for an instructor in a workshop setting to privately acknowledge me. I see you and I recognize that you are differently abled. And place me where I can be seen and also be safe during the workshop. It's also important for the instructor to use clear verbal directions, such as right, left, up, down. Again, Jody is visually impaired. So if you are an instructor and you're gesticulating grandly, do it like this. That's not actually going to support Jody in the workshop. For the instructor to understand, if I'm looking lost, it's most likely that the verbal instructions were not clear enough. Other classes I've been in, I've been assigned a partner to help me with any details that aren't said verbally, but are shown. So giving me a partner during the class would be ideal. Someone who knows what they're doing, not just an absolute beginner. It would also be helpful if an event coordinator checks in on me once in a while to make sure I don't need anything, or at least give me a contact number where they can be reached if I do need something. If there's any information in paper form, have it read to me. Be prepared to have it read to me. Many schedules are now on our phones, but it doesn't mean that I can access it easily myself. So giving me the time to figure that out using my voiceover accessibility feature may take a few extra minutes. Please understand. And it's important to make sure that the schedules work with the voiceover accessibility feature, not for me to arrive at the festival and discover that the schedule is not compatible with my own accessibility features. just to say that Jody is a physical therapist. She's been visually impaired for her entire life, and often travels with a guide animal, a creature, a service animal who has been specially trained. Having been in a lot of scenarios with Jody as her friend and as a support system, one of the things that I often notice is that because it has become rather commonplace for animals to wear a harness that designates them as a working animal, sometimes people don't understand that it means that that animal is not available to be played with or to be given any kind of stimulation or direction because they're working. And she didn't mention that, but I just wanted to mention that because that's something that I often find myself managing on her behalf when we're out in social settings. Jody is a physical therapist, but she's also a longtime hooper, and she's the person who first passed the torch of fire hooping to me. And she also performed at Florida Flow Fest in 2013. So I'm super grateful for her input. And now we have an additional voice to add to this conversation, which is Jackie. Jackie, introduce yourselves.
Hello, friends. I am Jackie. I use they, them pronouns. I've been in the flow arts community for about 11, 12 years, something like that. It gets confusing once you get up in numbers. I have been alternately abled for the majority of my life. I have a really rare bone disease called, well, it was like Perthes, and then it transitioned into a vascular necrosis, which means that I'm just not made up right and my bones don't fit in the right places, and it's really painful generally all the time. I had a hip replacement 3 years ago, which did make an effect, but I'm still only able to walk about a mile before I, am in a lot of pain. So doing flow festivals and stuff, it's been a learning experience, like quite the learning experience. And depending on which ones I go to, I learn something new. But yeah, that's me. Hi.
So I want to ask you some questions, and I'm sure that the community as a whole will also have questions for you. But I want to start by talking about our venues and event programming. What should we know to avoid creating challenges and obstacles for you to attend and participate fully?
In my experience, most of my issues come from the lack of accessibility of classes or the distance that I have to trek through generally not nicely paved pathways, which is totally fun for adventure, but for making sure that I can make it to day 3 without having to stay in my tent and not walk anywhere, I have to take into account just how many classes I can go to due to the distance or the time traveled. I find it fairly difficult to make it to everything that I want to, especially in the timely manner. Most classes are stacked onto each other, but it takes me a little bit longer to get to places. And by the time that I get to, the Dragon Staff class across the lot, I'm like 20 minutes into this class, so I've already missed most of it, which can be really frustrating. Talking on the experience that Jody had, I personally would love to have classes be understanding that there are differently abled people. I've never done an aerial class because I have never been made to feel that people can understand the different ways that bodies can move, because most people are running on a standard understanding of a generalization of how our bodies move, and I don't do that. So it's made me a little hesitant to want to step out of my comfort zone and try something I've always wanted to try, due to the lack of education that most people have on people that are differently abled.
Awesome, thank you. It's so interesting when we think about ways in which our own experience is built through the body, and our ideas of what we can and cannot do can be defined in that way for us in ways that may be different for others' lived experience. And, we have no way of knowing until we ask.
Absolutely. And I feel that one of the ways that is a fairly simple way to incorporate people that can't necessarily get to point A to point B is offering more transits, like, or even wagons to help you pull your stuff in, because carrying everything is really fucking hard. It's really hard. And I find that when I'm at an event or a festival that has a golf cart and I can get a transit, I'm able to be more involved throughout the whole festival, because I'm not spending my time resting my body or having to go to med to get ibuprofen. Yeah.
There's a question in the chat. What was your best Flow Festival experience in regards to accessibility, and why? If you can identify one.
To be honest, some of your festivals, due to how everything was very centralized, and all of the classes were fairly tight knit. Of course, there was enough space for everybody, but I found that I wasn't having to trek, Packfire's it's not a little, it's very difficult for me to get from the Adirondacks at the top to the lodge and stuff. So I find something that's more centralized, with less up and down, much easier to just move around. So I would say some of your festivals, specifically Gasworks, to be honest, up there in Seattle, that was like right there. It was solid ground. I didn't have to worry about like going up and down hills or anything.
Awesome. Thank you. And good to know about that particular part. What should we know as a community? How do you feel we could open ourselves up to be more available?
That's a tough one. I think honestly, just having these conversations, I think providing opportunities to that's kind of tough, because I feel like there needs to be a lot more inclusivity, but some of our props, our festivals aren't really ADA accessible. There needs to be big shifts in order to make people feel comfortable. Like the travel, the distance to each festival is difficult. Me sitting in a car, I have like 2 hours before I'm in like immense amounts of pain. So, traveling to places is also hard, having things more local, having more local events even, or just like smaller festivals. They don't have to be very large, but getting people involved that way, I think could be really beneficial. Ask your friends that are alternately able, because every person has their own set of skills and set of things that hold them back.
I think as a community, we have come to some level of understanding of the value of diversity. Yeah. And that also includes different abilities. I want to mention that when putting this panel together, it was my intention to also bring a deaf flow artist to this space. But I want to mention two things in regard to that. And this is also important for event producers. This is an event. Kevin, myself, Fish, we're running an event right now, right? So in this event, in this space, I think it's important to acknowledge that this space is not fully accessible. There are some components of this particular style, this format, and this virtual space that are not accessible specifically for deaf and hearing impaired without an interpreter. So having an interpreter, that part, right? Our deaf flow artists who really wanted to participate, we tried to find an interpreter. We thought we had one. That interpreter unfortunately was sick. It was really challenging to ensure that this particular flow artist would be able to participate fully, given the tools that are available here. Fish definitely put into the chat, we should reserve closer camp space for people with mobility issues. Yes. How interesting and how easy it would be to do that, to add into the ticketing option. Please reserve a space for me that is close to the workshops, that is close to the center of the space. I have mobility issues. Or what other kinds of needs do our participants have, right? Maybe a sign language interpreter. And in following up with that, yes, Chelsea just placed in the chat, we found an organization that provide free interpreters for the state of flow. Yes, and there is actually an organization that we reached out to possibly step in and provide services, and I want to post them into the chat. Of course, I have to find it. I was so good about sending myself this information in a way I could easily access it until the moment when I absolutely needed to access it. You know what? I'm going to work on that, and I'm going to get that into the chat.
Yep.
Yeah. Pro Bono ASL. Thank you. And their website, they are on Instagram, Pro Bono ASL. .com, and on Instagram, Pro Bono ASL. They're physically based in Southern California, but they do provide these services, and they provide them for virtual events as well. So something to consider. And yes, thank you for that. I want to give a little bit of space if there are any additional questions or points to consider or resources that people want to share. Yeah, go for it.
I was discussing this panel with a close friend of mine, and they were expressing that they don't have a space to put their insulin because there's never medicinal refrigerator at any of these events, and a lot of the times we're all pulling coolers, and by day 2 your ice is fucked. So I think that that's a very simple way to also bring more accessibility and safety to people that have medicines that they need throughout the weekend that need to be refrigerated.
That's awesome. I'm really glad that you were able to add that in on their behalf, because of course some mobility issues are visible and some are invisible, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious to know, Jackie,
that too.
What can I do as an event producer, knowing you, to be an advocate for these kinds of concerns, these areas of concerns for other events?
I think my main thing would definitely be having more ADA spaces. So generalized ADA spaces. I did also really appreciate, I don't remember who put it in the chat just now, but low stimulation spaces as well for people with sensory processing disorders. I know I have had to run off in the woods at times, which is not necessarily the most safe to get away from stimulation, because I didn't have a safe space to go to throughout those times, either through PTSD triggers or just dysregulation. But I think creating in mind low impact shifts that will accommodate us, especially with safety, mainly just thinking about safety. Yeah.
Safety first, not third.
No, never.
It's a joke for some people. It might not be a joke for others. Fish put in the chat, how do we respectfully solicit information from attendees about their needs, about handling their needs?
I believe either with ticket sales or even just creating a questionnaire, because nobody's going to fill out a questionnaire that doesn't need to do it. So I think offering maybe just a quick survey on what you need, or even what you could provide as a festival, given the space that you're renting or what have you. They're fairly simple things that seem pretty commonplace until they're shown to you at the times. But I think a survey would be really beneficial, because then it's given by choice. I'm giving you the information that I feel that you need in order to make the impactful shifts to accommodate me.
Awesome. Well, I really want to thank you for taking the time to share your experience and to speak from a perspective that maybe doesn't get enough time. I'd say definitely doesn't get enough time in these spaces, in these conversations. And I would very much like to have more of this. And so I'd like to use this just last brief minute to say, hey, why don't we do an entire Flow Arts Leadership Forum event addressing accessibility?
I'm going to cry.
Yes.
Wouldn't that be dope?
Honestly, it really would be. I find myself trying to fit myself into an able-bodied hat when I don't fit that, because there's no hat for me to put on. So that would be amazing.
And, you know, I really relish this chance to connect with you and with your issues. There are so many people with so many different concerns that really don't have a space. So let's
Yeah.
elevate them, and maybe all of us, you know, standard operating procedure can just sit back and listen. There was a time where I was going to say, like, you know,
I'm
the 5 things I
aftermarket, it's
learned.
fine. Don't worry, I'm aftermarket.
The 5 things I learned in trying to host and moderate a accessibility and inclusion panel. Listen, 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 listen more. So thank you for giving us a chance to listen. And Kevin, I'm going to turn it to you for what's next. You're on mute. You, Kevin, you are on mute.
There we go. Let's show some love for Jackie. Thank you so much. I've learned the refrigerators never even crossed my mind, and several other notes I've taken from this experience. Thank you, Cassandra. Thank you, Jackie. That was touching, moving, important. And I'm just going to get some spotlights set up here. These will be available to rewatch. And I do want to highlight that up until 24 hours ago, there were 2 other panelists to represent different parts on the spectrum of accessibility. So I just wanted to highlight that. A couple notes that I considered as that was being shared. One is when I was running fire drones, a couple times I would get some kind of request over the radio. We need a ride from the fire circle, the half mile over to this tent over here. And we'd send one of our little buggies and go-karts. But it struck me as we were having this panel that I never made that a policy. I never had that readily available. Signs right here. We never announced, if you need a ride, go to this place and we will get you one. They had to go out of their way to ask for it. And not everyone will do that. And that was one reflection, that gap between, oh yeah, I'll help you in the moment, sure. But understanding that there's more to be done. There's more effort that is responsible and important to make ahead of that. Another example about that, over the years, the idea of ASL interpreters at workshops and showcases. And oftentimes the director's team would have discussions and debates like, oh, it wasn't requested. Oh, that's a very small fraction of our demographic. It costs extra money. And there were times when we had one and times when we didn't. Most of the time we didn't. And I'm reflecting from this discussion about the responsibility, the gap between, well, that's such a small thing. We're already on a small budget, to saying this is important. It needs to not just be present, but promoted, that it will be present. That goes well beyond the physical accessibility and the auditory accessibility to all of these important areas of accessibility. There's an extra step between saying, oh yeah, I'll help, we'll do that, we'll make it work, to saying this is a part of this event. This is an important part of this event, and letting it be known. So may we all attempt further to bridge the gap. Another thing that pops to mind before we hop to a very quick break is about representation and how representation matters. I think we would all agree representation matters, and that includes workshop instructors and showcases, and how in the past the showcase teams would often, and I think it's gotten a lot better recently, especially since Fish took the helmet fire drones, but in the past we'd make a quick effort to invite someone who's differently abled, or a person of color, or otherwise someone not as frequently represented on the stage. And oftentimes they wouldn't be available, or this didn't work out. And then we would say to ourselves, well, we tried, and just move on with the same old demographic. And that's the gap I mentioned again. Well, we tried. No. It's important enough to keep trying to dig in and make efforts. You want to have organizations, events, shows that you are proud of, the community is proud of, that you believe in. That fosters and flourishes and grows love and compassion for our community when people make the effort. So may I make a deeper effort and bridge the gap between I tried to making this an important thing. May all of you take that to heart. We are now at 11:50. We have a quick break. We realize you can't just sit at a computer staring at a screen. We'll put on some music. We want you to move around, wiggle about. If anyone wants some chatting, chime on in the chat, raise your hand with the Zoom feature. I'm not opposed to having some conversations during this break. But as of right now, we are on a 10-minute break. We'll see you back at noon Pacific, 3 Eastern to continue this amazing journey, and enjoy the break. I'll get some music here, share the screen. Just some lo-fi, just keep it chill. Oh my God. So again, if you want to come in or chat, chime in the chat, raise your hand, highlight, spotlight, otherwise. Screen, a little light music.
This is Stella. She's tearing up Baby Yoda. Baby Yoda. Stella. I'm in love. Her full name is Stella Bella Ella Fitzgerald. Right? Isn't that right? She's also a sea lion.
just another 2.5 minutes. Just getting still. James. If you haven't already, or if you're not host shy, please share the link or the event page in the chat. Still a lot of insight, wisdom, knowledge, inspiration to come. And there are many flow arts leaders out there. And for every single one we can bring into the fold, the greater the unfolding. So I invite you to invite just one person, other people, so that you're welcome to share the Zoom.
All right, we are back in just a few short seconds here. I am going to introduce, well, I'm going to give it just a second so we stay on that schedule. I know it's important to people. I thrive well with structure, even if I ignore it 90% of the time. But up next, oh my God, that 1 minute just waiting for it to tick past. So we're back on. Thank you for your patience, everybody. Hope everyone's here and excited and enjoying this. I have already seen some feedback on this. It's really, really stunning to hear about this, even for such a brief event. So anyway, next we have up Trey McManus from New York. Trey is probably our leading community authority on how to do what we do legally. And by do what we do, I'm talking about playing with fire. There is no one I know of who has more knowledge or educates more people than Trey. And Trey has a pre-recorded presentation for us on how to talk to authorities, which is a very important subject. I've heard many bizarre theories on how you should address authority, police, the fire department. So without too much further ado, Kevin's going to cue up that video.
Hello, it's Trey McManus here. I'm coming to you from my quarantine bedroom because I've been exposed to COVID like 10 times this week and I'm having symptoms. So, really not bad symptoms because I'm vaccinated. So, PSA number 1 is get vaccinated, and get your booster shot and keep wearing your mask. But I'm actually here to talk about how to talk to your local fire department. And it's difficult to do this course on a national level because every region is different and you're going to be dealing with the authority having jurisdiction, which could be a really cool person. It could be a really authoritative person with a big ego. They could have dealt with some renegade fire performers and already have an opinion about you made up in their minds. So everyone's coming from it from a different position. I am here in New York City. I'm an expert on dealing with the unit that we deal with, which is the explosives unit, and we are incredibly lucky to have them. They're a bunch of previously employed as blasters, and then they get into the fire department through the explosives unit. You have to have like 10 years experience in blasting to get into this department. So fire performance is not actually their background, but they're really practical people, salt of the earth kind of folks who deal with dynamite for a living. They also hate bureaucracy. So they're just genuinely nice people. So that said, if you are not in New York City, I can't really give you a straight answer on how to approach your local authorities. So if you're interested in how we do it in New York City, because it is one of the most comprehensive, you can visit my website, combustioninc.org, and click on FDNY info, and I break it down there. Now, in New York City, I say we have it the most comprehensive because it's a lot like driving a car. You need a driver's license to drive a car. Your car has to pass inspection, and you have to have insurance to drive. So in New York, we have a certificate of fitness, which is a licensed plastic card with your photo on it and everything from the FDNY. The car passing inspection is your venue passing inspection for a permit. And actually, every show and venue has to be permitted separately. So I can have a show at my venue. I need a permit for it. I can have a different show at my venue. I get a different permit. I can take the same show from one venue to another, but at each venue, it's a new permit. Permits can be long lasting, like you could ever run a show for a week, you could ever run a show for 2 months. And yearlies are very, very rare. I get yearlies for my venue because it's completely under my purview, and I can have a yearly storage and use only as for practice and doesn't involve the public. Anytime the public comes in, another permit. Also in New York City, permits are free for nonprofits. I encourage everybody to look into that in your area, find out if there's any loopholes, and then have a nonprofit sponsor your event. Give, a certain amount of your proceeds to the charity, and it's a win-win for everybody. So that's the New York way. And if you're more interested in learning the New York way, at the end of January, I will be teaching fire safety part 1, 2, and 3. And part 1 is in person. And if you can't make it, it's okay. It is strictly in person because we're doing hands-on how to use a duvetine, how to use a fire extinguisher, all that, and performers have an opportunity to audition for a letter of recommendation from me so that they can get their license. But if you can't make it to that class and you have an understanding of basic fire safety, then that class is on January 30th. On February 1st, Fire Safety Part 2 is how to pass the test, how to take the test, and how to sign up on the FDNY website to register for your certificate of fitness. So that's in the evening on February 1st. If you're from out of state and you want to come to New York and get your COF because you think it'll impress your local fire marshal, or you might have a shot at getting a gig in New York, come do it. You can do the Zoom class. You can find out what does it take. And then on February 3rd is Fire Safety Part 3, which is how to get a permit and how to get an indoor or outdoor venue to pass FDNY inspection. Again, that's very New York specific. I'm not going to show you how to do it in other states because I don't know. But New York is sort of the boot camp for every other place. We have the biggest fire department in the country, second biggest in the world. Having a certificate of fitness from New York goes a long way. So it will impress whatever fire marshal you're dealing with anywhere. Even California, which in some ways is more strict, New York still has the biggest fire department. So some resources for you if you're looking for out of New York State information. Um, North American Fire Arts Association is over. Um, it doesn't exist anymore because of the passing of Ted Ward. And we used to have a little map on the website. You can click on the state and it would pull up information. It was all, user generated, user collated, wasn't always accurate, really wasn't up to date. So that's not a resource anymore. I created a Facebook group for everybody else to put in all the work that Ted and I and the old council on NAFA were putting in. So it's a Facebook group called Fire Spinners for Comprehensive Regulations. And I encourage people to sign up on there and introduce yourself, what state and county you're in, and if you've pulled a permit in that area, how the process was. And I encourage anybody out there who's web savvy and can handle admin work and spreadsheets and has time, that we could actually get this map back that me and Ted were working on. It would be really great. I just don't have the resources to do it. So there's a Facebook group for you. There's another Facebook group, the Fire Performance Safety Discussion Group. I started about 10 years ago. There's thousands of people on there now. It's a really good resource. I'm really grateful to have a bunch of moderators helping me out with that from outside the United States as well, so we can field questions that are new to me as an American. So if you're not on Facebook, good for you. I understand why. You can find your local fire marshal. I'm trying to figure out where to put these links, but firedepartment.net is a registry for all kinds of local fire department people. So if I get a call to do a fire gig in Bumblefuck, New Jersey, I go on there and then I look up that county and I call a number. And that is just the beginning. That's probably not the right number. To ask them, hey, I'm going to do a fire show. Do you have a state permit? And do you have a county permit? I know actually in New Jersey, I think it's the only state that does this. It's by municipality and not county. And things are cut up a little bit differently. And there is a state permit. I've actually never gone through with a gig in New Jersey. Oh, wait, no, I have. I have. But other people pulled the paperwork for me. So, yeah, it's all complicated. So sometimes you have to get a state permit in addition to a county permit, or the state permit, and then a local fire department worker from the county will come. I can go on about the New Hampshire process, but let me just get through my links first. So find your local fire marshal at firedepartment.net. Make a chain of phone calls. They don't necessarily answer emails. You got to make phone calls, talk to the boomers. They're going to tell you to call a different office. They're going to tell you to call another office. Keep notes on what numbers you called, who you talked to, where you left off. Give yourself a month to get a permit. Any last minute gig inquiries I turn down because I'm never doing a show without a permit. My whole livelihood relies on my licenses. I can't afford to lose them, especially for like $100 gig or something. So it's always hard to start out in an area, but once you get to know your local fire marshal, things are going to go really smoothly. So it will really impress them if you have a certificate of completion from a fire safety course. I teach the one in New York City. Part 1 is the only part of my class that has a certificate of completion, and it does have to be in person. The best option for online is Flow Arts Institute. Their fire safety course is a lot like OSHA. If you're familiar with it, you watch a video and then you answer a series of questions. And at the end of it, you'll get a certificate of completion. So that will definitely impress any local fire marshal in the country. You should familiarize yourself with NFPA Chapter 160. It's available for free to read on their website if you create an account. It's not the most relevant thing to us. We do have someone on the inside now. They're working on getting us recognized as a body of, an industry. And that's a work in progress, but, NFPA will give you some really wide guidelines, but there's so much more specifics that it doesn't cover. And then you want to impress your fire marshal with having the right gear. So I have an Amazon wish list where everything is listed and centralized. There's a lot of different options on there. I also don't endorse Amazon, but it is the easiest way for me to create a shopping list from all different industries of different things that are required or may impress a fire marshal. So I'm looking at the clock and I only have 3 minutes left. So I don't think I'm going to be able to share the whole New Hampshire story, but they have a state permit, and then you pay the local fire department to send somebody to monitor the show, and you pay them by the hour. In New York City, it's a flat rate. It is $420, but it comes with an inspector and they'll stick around for your whole show. And other states, I know with New Jersey, if they have to turn off the smoke detectors, then if someone from the local fire department does have to be there and be paid hourly. So there are so many factors. And I also just want to say that the fire department is not your kindergarten teacher that you can go to tattle on your competitors. I see this all the time with rival fire troops and people that just hate each other, and they bring safety into it. It's the easiest way to try and tear down another fire performer is to say, well, they're unsafe. And going to the authorities is going to backfire on all of us. So please don't use your fire marshal as a way to tattle. Let's all try and hold each other accountable. And if someone is really being unsafe, come to them from a place of generosity, create this teaching point, and try and nurture community. Without that, we have nothing. Okay. So I have 1 minute left on my 15. I think I've said pretty much the most important stuff, and you can follow me on all those various links that I shared earlier for more information. Thank you so much.
All right, let's show some love for Trey McManus leading the way for years. I mean, fire permitting in New York City, it doesn't get more stringent, more detail-oriented, more specific. And it's always been an inspiration to me just to know it's possible. Trey is a superstar from the chat, I agree. It's possible, even in the most advanced and difficult conditions. I want to add that one thing that Trey said was a month in advance. People, I've seen it many times. You go expecting to get your permit like today, the day of, the next day. It's a conversation. It's a conversation. It takes a while. You need to start the momentum and effort to get permits early. I also want to say, don't hide. Stop hiding your fire jams. It can actually be almost devastating to certain communities. I've seen it many times, lose their fire jam. I see a lot of heads nodding. It happens. People lose their fire jam. The connection catalyst for the community just goes, and so often, not always, often it's because of hiding. Or maybe you started with a connection, but things changed. There's a new marshal, there's a new permit, the city, keeping up to date in communication with the authorities, so important. I want to make sure we get some links in the chat because with my screen share, I wasn't able to see if the links were flying. The first, if you are on Facebook, and kudos if you're not, The Fire Spinners for Comprehensive Regulations. It's a worthwhile page.
Kevin, all the document with all the links has been dropped a couple times. I'm going to drop it again for everybody. All links that Trey referenced are in this document.
Nice.
For
Let's go
you
link
to
crazy. Let's just really link it
link
up.
crazy.
Fire performance safety discussion. Great place for answers. I've seen very insightful answers to questions live and in the moment.
Really good.
A resource that I have used, the firedepartment.net, to find out who it is you need to be talking to, you need to be dealing with. Start the process early. Don't hide. Let's stand out in the light. Let's be seen. Let's be approved. Let's be permitted. It feels like minutia that weighs us down, to many people in our culture. But if we can transcend that, if we can stand up, be proud of what we're doing, be confident in the safety, the specifics, and yeah, let's stand out publicly and be seen and approved and permitted wherever possible. Some great examples here in the chat of people who have led jams to great success. Hoodie, Arlene, I could go on and on. So thank both of you for your service there. One thing I'll add that's helped me is to speak their language. Come to understand the terms that they use. And it sounds almost cliche, but you're not going to go to the marshal and be like, yo, what's up? This is going to be lit. Yo, we got safety set. We're good. That is not the language of the fire authorities and the officials. We can all speak their language a little more and help them. Another thing I've seen, I'm just vamping because I have one more minute, is trying to tell them or explain to them, no, this is that. They listen. No, you're wrong. That's usually not the right way to approach the situation with the authorities, even if they are. And there are other ways to communicate something different than what they may have in mind. But to say, actually, let's avoid that with the fire authorities as much as possible. I have no doubt that all of you on this call right now could chime in and continue this discussion, but we do have a schedule to continue and maintain. And so I appreciate all of you with us as we move forward. Each presentation, each conversation is a whole weekend seminar in of itself. But just that we're having these discussions, we're opening these doors, looking and seeing what's around, saying that needs work on, that needs work on. So thank you. Our next presentation is about cultivating flow arts educators. Having been in the position of festival management in several contexts, I've seen a huge spectrum of instructors, ones who show up a few minutes late, no notes whatsoever, just kind of improvisationally rattle off things while focusing on only one or two people, all the way to not paperwork, but printouts, information, a plan, and making sure that everyone gets it. And there's just this big spectrum. And so in the future, moving forward, we need to cultivate flow arts educators. And I can think of no one more qualified to present this topic than the wonderful Cassandra from FlowFest.
Thank you, Kevin. Stella heard a sound, so she's not going to be joining us for this talk unless she changes her mind, which she is known to do. But I've already told her that she will not hold me hostage, so I'm going to be present to you guys. And to that point, there's no PowerPoint here. I'm actually setting myself to gallery view. And I want to encourage you to do the same because I want to talk and listen with you, and I want to see you. You guys here for this session, you are both an audience, but you're also a powerful brain trust. We're all counting on each other to stay lit, inspired, motivated, awake, and connected. And so to that end, I want to start with this question. Why should we value flow arts educators? What is the value in that for us as a community? I can think of 4 answers to that question. So the first one, it's a separate professional path from performance. Not everybody is in this game to create a profession, and not everybody is in this community to perform. So just the nature of there being an additional professional track is important and valuable. Second, flow arts educators help us to identify and expand our market. Chances are somebody taught you something along the way that encouraged you to stay motivated and to stay part of this community. Okay. So that's a value, that's valuable. That's value added right there. The third, they're adding credit to our discipline and contributing to prop knowledge. More added value. And the fourth, they inspire future generations of innovators, of creators, of performers, of practitioners, and of teachers. So though that alone, hopefully, when we started this conversation, you already have a sense of why we should value flow arts educators. And if not, my intention is to continue to persuade you beyond these 4 points. I want to talk about education, and I also want to talk about schooling. So most of us make an association. When we hear education or educator, we immediately think schooling. And I would like to make these things distinct. Let's start with institutionalized schooling. So I'm sure that everybody here, and I could be mistaken, I'd love to be mistaken on this, but I'm sure everybody here has had some contact with an institution of schooling. Go ahead and wave in your video if that's you. Yeah? Okay. Institutionalized schooling generally sucks. It tends to be, and is not always, but tends to be homogeneous, sterilized, routine, boring, colorless. So I'm going to borrow a phrase from the satirist H.L. Mencken as it relates to another institution. Here we go. Marriage is a wonderful institution, but who wants to live in an institution? And the same could be said about the institution of schooling, right? Speaking as a teacher from the world of schooling, I want to tell you, we don't really know what we're doing. And I also want to tell you something you probably already have discovered for yourself. Students aren't learning who they are in the institution of schooling. If they are learning anything about their identity, they're learning in opposition. I'm not that. I'm definitely not that. I had an epiphany as it relates to schooling and education when I was attending the Alternative Education Resource Organization annual conference in Albany, New York in 2008. You know what? Let me tell you a little bit about who I am to start. I always wanted to be a teacher. I always wanted to be a teacher. Top 3. These are my goal professions: teacher, rock star, lawyer. That's just me. I like to think that I've got 2 of those down. All right, working on the law degree situation. Maybe in the future, we'll see. Education law. But anyway, I started babysitting in my neighborhood, the other kids, when I was 10 years old. I am like the girl who likes to be in charge of other people. When I was in my teens, I started teaching digital imaging and graphic design. In my early 20s, I became a traveling digital photography instructor and a performance coach for poets. And then later in my 20s, I became a high school social studies teacher. And in my late 20s, I thought, I want to start a school. So as part of my journey into this question of how do I start a school, I went to this conference and I heard this guy, his name is Matt Hearn. He's a University of British Columbia Urban Studies professor, and he was instrumental in creating something called an unschooling center in the East Commercial Drive district of Vancouver. At the time, it was called the Purple Thistle Center. It doesn't exist anymore, but it was super dope. Anyway, Matt Hearn gave this keynote at this conference, and what he basically said was, of course, I'm going to paraphrase here because I didn't write it down. Even the best schools are just warehouses for youth that keep them separate from being active stakeholders in their own communities. And I went, shit, I don't want to make another one of those. So instead of starting a school, I started a festival. And that is why I'm here today talking to y'all. Everything I do with my events, the decisions that I make with regard to where they take place, who they include, who they exclude, what kinds of activities are a part of the experience, everything about my events are driven by my opinions on education. I'm super biased, so I also want to say that. So schooling is one thing, education is another. The concept of education is actually this dance that's embedded in the word education itself. So education comes from two different Latin roots. One, and I don't speak Latin, so I know everyone will forgive me, educare, which means to bring up, to train, or to mold. And the second, educere, to draw out from within. So those are the two roots. They're equal roots. We don't even know what we're doing because each of those roots are informing us to pull in different directions. Are we inspiring others to bring from themselves, to grow and to nourish their growth as internally motivated? Or are we training them? Are we bringing them up to preserve a specific culture, the norms, the practices, and the traditions of that culture? We don't know. And I would say in the world of flow arts, probably the same conflict is emerging, sometimes in obvious ways and sometimes in ways that aren't that obvious. So I assert education is not a given in school, but productive educational encounters can begin with great teachers. So everybody who had an experience of institutionalized schooling, remember we did the wave earlier? Can you do a wave if you had a great teacher at some point in your life? Awesome. Some of us have and some of us haven't. Thank God there are still some great teachers in schools. Thank God. Those people deserve millions and millions and millions of dollars in their bank account when they wake up tomorrow morning, and so much more. But they're definitely not a given. So what is it that makes a great teacher? This is a conversation about pedagogy. So what is pedagogy? Pedagogy is defined as the art, science, and profession of teaching. So here we're having a conversation about pedagogy in flow arts. I would take the science and just kind of slide it to the side because great teachers are artists and art doesn't come from a formula. There is no set rules that if you follow these particular patterns, you will be a great teacher. So I assert, you got to know yourself in order to be yourself, authentic, and to become the best teacher you can. So this is about self-mastery. Parker Palmer, who is the creator for the Center of Courage and Renewal, brilliant educator and a molder of educators. I highly recommend his book, The Courage to Teach. I'm going to quote him here. This is a little bit long, but it's worth it, I like to think. Here is a secret hidden in plain sight. Good teaching cannot be reduced to technique. Good teaching comes from the identity and the integrity of the teacher. In every story I've ever heard, good teachers share a strong sense of personal identity. It infuses their work. And good teachers join self, subject, and students in the fabric of life because they teach from an integral and undivided self. They manifest in their own lives and evoke in their students a capacity for connectedness. They are able to weave a complex web of connections between themselves, their subjects, and their students so that students can learn to weave a world for themselves. If all of that is too woo-woo touchy-feely for you, okay, I got you.
Did we freeze?
Looks like we might have froze. She mentioned that something like that could happen. We'll give her just a moment to unfreeze. And can I
We'll
say
be
what
back,
an
sir.
important subject it is? What a powerful difference.
We'll be back with our
good
regularly
teacher can
scheduled
make.
amazing
Yeah.
presentation.
Too touchy-feely for Zoom? Yeah, Zoom hit a sore spot with Zoom. All right, we'll give it a few moments. And if for any reason we can't reconnect, we'll roll right forward with our abundant itinerary.
Mhm.
But my guess is she will return to us. Teachers make all the difference. I'll tell one story. One of my first Flow Fests, I won't list the instructor for reasons of anonymity, but I was so excited for this person who I'd been following on the internet. It was YouTube back then. And this person showed up late. They showed up super high. And some of the first words out of their mouth were, I don't know if this is going to be any good. I'm just going to kind of try. And there was this part of me that my heart sunk. Looks like Cassandra is back. And the difference in it, a conscious, attentive teacher with an open heart, and who, more than anything, the lesson is important to, is tremendous. You can't say enough. And if we can fill our community, fill our events with more conscious teachers, more, well, I just can't put the words, but I think you all get it. And I will return now to our presenter, Cassandra.
Thank you. Thanks for being quick on the draw with that. I apologize for my internet. So we know that cultivating teachers is important. We started there, right? The value of having flow arts educators. It's valuable. We talked a little bit about what makes a great teacher. It's either an art or a skill, or it's both. Take your pick. But in any case, how do we improve? Practice, duh. Request and accept feedback as information. And remember, suspend your own self-judgment when you're receiving that feedback. It's not about what a loser you are. It's not about how awful. Similarly, it's not about what an incredibly great person you are. It's just information on what you accomplished well and what you can improve upon. How can we provide, though? Fundamentally, how can we provide for better instruction in our culture? How do we cultivate flow arts instruction? So I have three components that I've seen and that I'd like to discuss, and I would like to open up to get more ideas. So the first one would be a certification model. Find or create accrediting bodies beyond the fitness and martial arts worlds. They have accrediting bodies that provide certifications. We could do this. It will take work, but that is one idea for how we can encourage the growth of new teachers, to create a system for certifying quality in instruction. The second is, I call this the hoop and tree model. Don't ask. Skill sharing. So we do this all the time. This is something that I see quite frequently. Inside Flow Arts Jams, skill sharing is a natural way for people to begin cultivating their own teaching technique and style. And from there, individual communities swap teachers pretty frequently, so that the skills can continue to travel. This can be effective for inspiring teachers. It may not be very effective for ensuring quality. The third important component to consider: we need to examine who and what drives instructor selection at events. There should be a balance between encouraging rookie first-time teachers and including marquee names that get the tickets sold. I get it. I'm an event producer. I want to bring in the most attractive teacher, the most visible, the most inspiring, the one I want to
Well, looks like we got hit with the technical challenges again, but I'm just gonna say preach. You want to bring it. She's back.
I'm back. Sorry, guys. Okay, sorry. We need to examine who and what drives instructor selection at events. We need to maintain a balance between encouraging new teachers and marquee names. We need to acknowledge and deal with our own clickiness and our gatekeeping so that we can attend to elements of quality. Are we doing event surveys? Are we curating our events around quality instruction? Are we using our mission and driven to drive our event management choices, or are we going with convenience or familiarity or popularity? So, okay, those are the three components that I think are important to consider when we're talking about growing, cultivating flow arts educators. Do we need a certification model? Is it time to create one for ourselves? Do we feel comfortable with skill sharing as a means for new teachers to learn to do this thing? And let's keep a balance when we're choosing our instructors for events. It's about time, it's high time we take a strong look at how we're making our choices and how those choices can be helpful in adding value. We already know that flow arts educators bring value. So let's support them, contribute to them, become them, and continue to learn from them. I apologize for the technical difficulties, but I do want to open up to some questions. And Kevin, if you are comfortable supporting me by moderating from the chat some questions, I would love it.
Absolutely.
Got your back here too.
Awesome. Thanks, Fish. So what are our thoughts? What other ideas do we have for cultivating flow arts educators?
Well, I'll just read a chat comment here. Amen to the gatekeeping. When someone's dubbed an instructor, they're automatically seen as leaders and contributing to how welcoming or not welcoming the whole is. Very well said.
Actually, I want to say something about that, because when I'm putting together my instructor roster for each one of the events that I do, I am thinking, who can I bring in to my community who's going to bring something new that they haven't seen before, my community, and is going to be able to cohere and get along with the other people that I'm bringing in. I've noticed that the vibe that my instructors create together drives in a huge intangible way the vibe of the entire event.
Yeah. And I would like to echo what you said about the marketing. Having run many events, you want the person with 100,000 followers just for the marketing of it, but is that always the right decision? And you can tilt too far in one way or another. And a popular person is by no means synonymous with a good teacher.
That's true. And as Fish just stated in the chat, spinner does not equal a good community member either.
Yeah.
And that's nothing to say about their ability and technique. They can be an incredible performer and just not that great as a teacher. Yeah. But I also want to say, I've been in some situations where I have been tempted to reach out to bring in instructors who I know will be a draw. They will be a magnet for people to buy tickets to my event. Absolutely. And in some cases, I stay away from individuals who have that quality, not because they're magnetic. I don't want to, shoot myself in the foot when it's in my mouth. It's not about that. But the way that they carry themselves in the community at large means a lot and can either contribute to my brand or create issues for me in what my brand is about, what the vision and the mission of my festivals are.
Nice.
So that's something that I think about. And then one other thing that I just want to mention, I love having children teach. And I don't want to violate any child labor laws or anything, but I have in a couple of scenarios come across some very effective teachers who are not yet adults. And by encouraging them and giving them a platform to communicate their message, I think I'm doing something beneficial for the culture as a whole. I'm getting old, so definitely looking for people to replace me, and we can begin cultivating great teachers now, consciously and effectively.
Nice. We do have a lot of action in the chat. We'll do our best to get to all of them. Let's see. We'll start with this one. I think that having a credentialing board for instructors is excellent and would add to the validity of our field to the outside world. What concerns would you have from the community having a board or reaction good or bad?
So many concerns. I already have concerns. We brought up gatekeeping. Who is going to be the person or people who endow themselves with the credibility, scholarly or otherwise, to generate such a board? Is it going to be an already established organization or institution? Are the elements of luggage that organization or institution brings with it going to influence, for better or for worse, how this credentialing process turns out? Anytime we erect a gate, and I want to be clear that that is what a certification process will become. Anytime we erect a gate, we are blocking access in some way. I'm not saying it's not possible, but I do have a lot of concerns right out the gate. Oh, it hurts. I'm sorry. Yeah. And I'm still in the field of education. I'm not a classroom teacher anymore, but the field of education has requirements that we as a culture would need to be able to accept if we wanted to go the certification route.
Yeah.
Same thing
Not
I'm
enough time for
talking
all the
about,
chats, but Arlene points out SpinPoi certification courses for teaching poi to seniors and kids as a model.
Absolutely. It's a great model, and it's one that I just learned very recently is going to be available virtually. So check out SpinPoi for their brand new virtual instructor training that's going to be kicking off in 2022 at the end of January. And additionally, there's a bunch of certifications available in the Hoop world. And also a lot of those are credentialed through fitness organizations or fitness institutions like the American Council on Exercise, for example.
All right, we are at time.
Awesome. Well, it gives me great pleasure.
Yeah, I know.
To say thank
I know you
you.
want to be right on that dot.
I appreciate it. Mwah, 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 mwah. I'm going to catch up. I'm going to switch off my phone and I'll see you guys in a moment.
I'm going
Thank
to
you.
apologize a little bit to everybody here that I'm also doing makeup as I'm getting on here because I'm performing today as an elf and it's coming together slowly on the whole thing.
Oh, looks great.
Up next, oh, let's admit Tyler. Up next, we have Kevin Axtell. Kevin has been a tremendous influence, mentor on me personally through these things. One of the very first community roles I took was as show director at Fire Drums. And so working under Kevin's leadership, tutelage, everything has been tremendous. I look up to Kevin a lot. And one of the reasons I even really want to be involved with Convergence, and I mean, it is a motivation, is I love working with Kevin, and this is an opportunity. Just a huge storehouse of information and knowledge and experience. So without too much further of my ado, let's hear from Kevin and his lightning presentation on 10 years with FAI, which is Flow Arts Institute.
Hello, everybody. What an exciting thing to be here. I'm going to break down 10 years of experience in 5 minutes as a lightning round. I call this presentation 10 years with the Flow Arts Institute. Was it worth it? TLDR, yes, it was worth it. Absolutely, definitely. A little context. I first got involved with the Flow Arts Institute after some experiences with fire drums and friendship with Noel Yee and Zan Moore in 2010. And over the course of my journey with them, I have learned a lot. I've had amazing victories, tragic defeats. It's been an amazing roller coaster ride that I wouldn't trade for anything. And I give this context in this speech now because I'm slowly phasing out, not out of any ill will or distaste. I love my co-owners at the Flow Arts Institute and my colleagues, but my life is shifting. And, you know, looking back to Fish's passing the torch, my entire goal has been a graceful exit, a peaceful departure to continue on with other things in my life. And I think that's important for all of you with a project, a jam, a crew. Parting ways can be so destructive, but it doesn't have to be. So here we go. 10 years with the Flow Arts Institute. Was it worth it? Yes, definitely. When I first came into the organization, it was fire drums and Pat Fire was just being born. And in the span of 10 years, Flame emerged, Kinetic Fire, Campfire, Fahrenheit, Flashpoint, not just the Flow Arts Institute events, but a global culture of fire spinning has emerged in large part due to these original models. There are flow and fire festivals around the world that were directly inspired by these events. Just the fact that these waves of energy, momentum, inspiration, and other people gathering, whether it was our company or not, I feel we never had the sense like, oh, they're taking this festival as that. It was a joy to see flow festivals bloom into massive amounts of them, in the big bubble. I've been a part of the Fire Safety Project, helping film the original video that Hoodie now runs as a director. The FAI online safety course is the best online resource for fire safety in the planet, on the planet that I'm aware of. I got to be a part of creating this wonderful textbook, helping to broadcast fire safety knowledge, inspiration, enthusiasm, just the battle from saying it's not a dump, it's a depot. My friends, my family, if I can leave you with a few words of wisdom moving forward, it's not a fuel dump, it's a fuel depot. Please respect that. So the Fire Safety Project got to be a part. I have been involved in workshops, arranging them, teaching them, selecting instructors, showcases, performers, all that can be said in this showcase realm. Music, DJs, sound systems. I've learned a lot about sound systems that I never knew. Technical things, art, the importance of art. All of this has been a part of my experience. I have gotten to travel to many different places around the country and world directly because of my connections and my contacts earned and gotten through my Flow Arts Institute efforts. I've gotten to go to retreats and I've gotten to put out a lot of fires. I've had a lot of challenges. I'm so lucky. This is just a 5-minute presentation because there's no way to list all of my failures and mistakes that I've made along the way. You're taking on a leadership role. Will you be perfect? No. Even with the best of intentions, will you make monumental, massive mistakes? Yes. Stay on it long enough, try projects big enough. Yes, definitely. My firewalking mentor, Tully, he teaches that our challenges are our gifts. Our mistakes are our greatest teachers. When I share a routine video with friends and they all say, yeah, that was great, that was so good, they're not helping me very much other than telling me I feel good. But it's the errors, the mistakes. This wasn't very good. That wasn't very good. The process of refining that has changed me as a person. My efforts with fire drums, for example, taking on any other project in my life doesn't feel as daunting. The fact that I have worked so hard, gathered hundreds and hundreds of people together, worked with a team of 50 to make something crazy and scary happen has forever changed me and improved me. Maybe I didn't earn all the money that I might have wanted to in my time with FAI, but you know what? The skills I've gained are priceless. The connections I've gained are priceless. The experiences I've gained are priceless. Is it worth it? Yes.
I got to nab you there, Kevin. We're running out of time.
Then I'll end it right there. putting effort into the community is worth it. It can grow you, it can change you, it can fill you with talent, experience, skills, love. It is worth it. That's it.
And Kevin, if you could re-spotlight Cassandra, please. It's not letting me add her back as an admin.
One moment.
And thank you so much, Kevin, for that presentation. Everyone, that doesn't mean Kevin's leaving the community, just leaving a role, and we all move forward in these roles.
Correct.
So, Cassandra.
Thank God Kevin isn't leaving the community. What would we do? I mean, eventually we'd figure it out, but it wouldn't be as fun. So thank you. I personally found a lot of like amen statements in what you shared from my own experience, and super grateful to you for becoming the person that you are through it all. Our next presenter is hailing from the world of Kentucky. Paige Zen is the founder of Playthink University, and the Kentucky Yoga Festival. Playthink was founded as a flow arts festival in 2012 and is now on its 11th year in production. In her words, Paige has fucked up, done it messy, upset many, almost thrown it all in a fire and walked away. But still along the way, she managed to rise to the challenge of burnout, to pivot through an industry crisis, and to produce an event through a pandemic. So I would like to introduce Paige Zen.
Hey y'all, I am Paige Zen. I am the founder of Playthink University, and Kentucky Yoga Festival. I already recorded this once. I'm supposed to give you all 5 minutes and it was 22. So I'm going to jump to the finer points and then get back into a little bit of story time and see if I can minimize this real quickly. So 5 factors that go into perseverance, of continuing to go on no matter what. These are characteristics that you live by, hone in on, and really practice every single day in order to be the leader, in order to live a big life, in order to go through anything and everything, whether it be on a personal or professional basis. 1, a positive attitude, a mindset that is going to put you in the right gate. And really what that means is practicing thinking good thoughts, practicing looking for the good, practicing gratitude. A lot of times, we have little mind gremlins that come in, they tell us all this really crappy stuff about ourselves, about the other people around us, about what we're actually trying to do. We have major imposter syndrome. We have just not great thoughts about ourselves in general as humans, or at least I don't, right? And it's a constant practice for me. So learning that I had to start having a positive attitude, a positive mindset, that I had to start looking for the good. And that is choosing to do whatever it takes to stay positive. For me personally, this was seeing a therapist. It was consulting event professionals. It was investing in myself, investing in business coaching, investing in consulting calls with other people in higher up realms of business and event management, and resting a lot. Definitely took a lot of sitting in front of Netflix for days at a time, particularly post-pandemic. That leads us to conclusive choice. Success does not come from passivity in most cases. There are always those lucky few. You must choose a course and stick to it, no matter what, despite any apparent unlikelihood, no matter what the gremlins are telling you, no matter what other people are telling you. You know that this is what's going on, this is what's happening, and you make it happen no matter what. And not only do you know what's going to happen, but you take the action to make it happen. You don't have to do big, grand, elaborate schemes to make something happen. but a little bit of action every single day. Decisive action also requires a bravado. And all that means is, I don't want to get out of bed. I don't want to do this. I'm going to choose to do it anyway. I don't want to sit and listen to my email or read my emails for 5 hours a day, which I don't ever do, by the way. But when things come to us, it's choosing to act in that moment and choose to act with bravado and to make the choices right. Mettle, M-E-T-T-L-E, not M-T-E-T-A-L. It requires this like mettle, this like forceful action to make difficult decisions when the convenience of an easier choice entices us. Difficult decisions with convenience when the convenience of an easier choice entices us from beyond laying in bed or doing the dishes. Better still are choices that are guided by an ethical compass, which leads us to number 3. Whatever the values that you conceive as imperative, you use them as a guiding force, as guiding stars when making decisions, because they fill you with the conviction of moral certainty and belief. Once you have made a decision and you begin to carry it out, you stick to it, you must stick to it, and this requires uncompromising resolve. I want to go back into the ethical compass before I move to step 4. Whether it be in your personal life or your professional life, you have a code that you live by, the way that you're going to treat yourself, the way that you're going to treat other people. Sometimes, particularly in business, when you're having a hard time or it seems like everything is burning down around you, you will be enticed to make a not so moral decision, to make a not so ethical decision. Use your friends, call people up, say, hey man, I'm thinking about doing this, and allow them to steer you in the right direction. Always. My friends are the reason that I've been able to be such a good person all these years. Shout out to Tiffany, Starshine Raintree. Uncompromising resolve. It's determination and persistence, which can be linked to omnipotence for mortals. Really, all that means is persist until you recognize that the best option is to quit, because sometimes it will be. But the point here is to recognize when stopping is rational or reasonable rather than convenient or easy. As Playthink was burning down around me and everything seemed to be shit, I was making the decision for the wrong reason. I was doing it because it was convenient, because it was easy, because I couldn't see a way out. It was not rational. I had built this business over 10 years, 9 years at the time, and given up everything else for it. I'd sacrificed everything, given up my government job, blah, 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 blah. Recognize when stopping is rational or reasonable rather than convenient or easy. Sometimes, I think most of the time, a little help from others is necessary to identify that moment, which is when social backing is crucial. Social backing, community support, wise counsel, your besties, lean on them, allow the community to help, open up, be vulnerable, share your story, and allow people to back you up. I don't think that there's a business in this world that could be successful, continue, persevere 20, 40, 50, however many years without social backing. So those are my 5 tips. I don't really have time to dig into the story, so I have sent a longer post, a longer Zoom recording, that if you guys want to know more, give me a nudge below in the comments and I will send it to you. All right, y'all. Big love so much. Thank you for being part of the Flow Arts scene, Flow Arts leadership, Flow Arts community. I really appreciate y'all and hope to see you at Playthink 2022.
Hell yes. So much there that resonates with me, and I hope that everyone's just kind of taking in this feedback, because we have people from Flow Arts Institute, from FlowFest, and Paige from Playthink. This is a very rare event to combine leadership that, you know, in business might be seen as competitive, but leadership and community is not competitive. And it's not capitalistic either. moving on. We're having a panel on effective communication. I'm pretty passionate about communication as it's what I went to school for. And one of the things about communication is you have to accept that it's not a one-to-one what you mean and what you say and what they interpret. There's always some noise in the continuum. Things have to be redundant to effectively get your point across, and you have to separate the noise, and it's always there, always there. And the wonderful thing here is that we get so much information so quickly that it's hard to separate what's important to you. So here's some more important information from our next panel.
All right, this is going to be a panel on effective communication as a leader of any kind. Effective communication is very, very important and relative to the success of your project. I have 3 panelists that I've invited for different reasons to be on this communication panel. So I will introduce them, say a few quick words about yourself, and then we will continue on. First up, leading the way in a whole new technique, method, style, medium of communication, Twitch. Marvin Ong has been an inspiration for many for a long time and continues to lead the way with new, different ways to communicate with people. And through his Twitch platform, he has communicated so much, just authentic communication, but also information, education, inspiration. Marvin Ong, it is a treat to have you on the panel. How are you, my friend? Quick unmute request, make you co-host in case that's a problem. There we go.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Perfect. Yeah. How's everybody doing? Super happy to be here. Thanks for inviting me, Kevin, and I'm excited to be participating in this conversation of communication and technology.
Thank you so much for being here. Our next panelist has been an inspiration in terms of communication with their local nonprofit, the Seattle Flow Arts Collective. Arlene has communicated to her group regionally, but also it's gone beyond that. And the communication of what they are, who they are, what they are about, who is involved, who are they looking for, continues to shine on social media. So our next panelist is Arlene.
Hey everyone, thanks Kevin. Yeah, I'm excited to be here. As Kevin alluded to, I'm the executive director of a Seattle Flow Arts Collective, which is a new organization we founded at the start of 2020, LOL. And we've been kind of building off of existing community that has been here for decades in Seattle, and now have an official license and paperwork that makes people like us more.
Nice, and a great presence. Even though I don't live up there, I feel like I know what the Seattle Flow Arts Collective is about.
Yay.
I invited our final panelist because of how he communicates. It is with heart. It is with respect. It is with inclusion, awareness, and a willingness to adjust and change course anytime. It is the very, very wonderful Hoodie.
Hi, everybody. So glad to be able to talk with you all and to be a part of this panel. Yeah, I think it's really important to put yourself in communication. I've been fortunate to be in a variety of roles from local to national, but no matter how big the audience is, I think it's important to have it be authentic. So that's what I'm here for.
Beautiful. As your moderator today, I will do my best to keep it rolling. You know, panels can be 2 hours long, but this is a 30-minute panel. So it is really to bring communication to the front of the minds of all these wonderful leaders with us and those watching later. So I'll start with questions. I may try to give you signals on the screen, 1 or 2 minutes, or wrap it up just to keep the conversation rolling. The first question I have for each of you is, what do you think is the most important aspect of communication, and or what is important to you? What do you consider a priority when communicating with other people, each of you relative to your type of communication with your participants? Let's start with Arlene, and then we'll jump to Marvin. Arlene, what is the most important aspect of communication to you?
Okay, great. Thank you. I wrote a number of things down for this because I think there's a lot that goes into good quality communication, including being direct, concise, clear, making sure the relevant details are in the information that you're providing, and that there's like a clear intention of the communication. But I want to highlight the most important role of communication to be listening. And I think there are a lot of ways to listen. I think this is like without competition, the most important thing. Sorry to the two of you, I got to take it first. But there are a number of ways to reflect that you are listening, whether that's, you know, just sharing back, like reflecting back the content of what someone said. Did you say Thursday at 2? Right? To make sure that you understood, you can reflect back kind of the meaning of what they said. Oh, I heard you say this and this. It sounds like based on what I know about you, that would mean this, right? And that really gives people the understanding that you are paying attention. People want to feel like they are heard, seen, believed, and like they matter. And listening, in my opinion, is the number one way to do that.
Excellent answer. Listening, making sure that you regurgitate, you repeat back what you heard so that people feel heard and listened to. Well said. Marvin, what do you feel is the most important aspect of communication?
I feel for me, one of the most important things that come to mind is like replying on like a timely manner. I think through your emails or texts or like messages, I feel like I try my best to be on top of that as best as I can. I do know it can get like kind of like overwhelming for people, and people just kind of like either reply later and forget and stuff like that. So like I feel like sometimes you'll get like messages and then people just don't reply forever. Like, and I think that's kind of like an important thing to kind of like be on top of that as best as you can, I think, for me.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Hoodie, what do you feel?
Yeah, Arlene, totally. Like, I think the listening part is huge. To go in a different direction, knowing what you're there for, because there are different types of communication for different instances. And to go into that listening looks different when you're talking to a large crowd versus when you're talking to one person, when you're trying to give specific instruction that really kind of needs to be done right now versus communicating that it's okay to say no. There are a variety of communications and a variety of styles, and knowing what you're doing in the moment and adapting to that will let you both communicate and listen in different sorts of ways. And that's really important to me.
Thank you, all of you. Well said, nice and concise. Ooh, I love it. For me, it's showing up to the conversation. It is easy, and I've done this a lot, to avoid the difficult conversations because they're uncomfortable or because you messed up. But showing up, being there, having the conversation with an open mindset. There's listening to someone but not hearing what they're saying, and they're showing up, being present and listening. And that ties into both what Marvin said and Arlene as well. So moving on to our next question. I learned a lot from my mistakes. I make a lot of them. I'm planning on making several more. So what are some communication errors you've made, mistakes, blunders? What is, looking back in your life as a communicator, what's a mistake? And if you can't think of one, what is a problem in communication that you've witnessed in your time? Let's flip it around. This time we'll start with Marvin. Marvin, what is a mistake you've made in communicating with your audience?
Yeah, in the recent year or two, I mean, as we all know, we're like in the pandemic Zoom life things, and I think like the one that comes to mind is that when you're communicating with somebody over the internet, especially if we're trying to hold an event like this or like any kind of events where people are kind of like tuning in from all over. One recent mistake that I've recently made was when you're communicating with the person, you have to like know kind of like where they're located in a way, and kind of like look at the time zones to see if it's realistic for them, because they can be like just agreeing to whatever you're saying, but then if you're like if they on their end could like miss on like the time differences and stuff like that. And so I think like that's kind of like an important key to kind of like pay attention to like who you're communicating to and where they're at. And I think that's kind of like a recent mistake that I've made not too long ago.
Nice. One of Marvin's golden rules. Remember the time zones. A lovely set of rules, by the way. Hoodie, what is a mistake you have made communicating?
I think one of the things that has become really important to me is communicating, don't give me what you think I'm asking you for. Because a lot of times people expect, even in an open conversation, they expect that you kind of want a certain sort of answer, a certain sort of compliance. And on both a one-to-one basis, but also an organizational and protocol sort of basis. Sometimes, especially I'm going into fire safety sort of stuff, when you ask someone, hey, can you do this? And letting them really know it's okay to say no, and empowering people to do that and get real feedback. Because sometimes people don't want to rock the boat when really it would be useful for you to be aware, yeah, where the boat is rocking and where you need to know to direct energy and attention and communication and care. So really setting that expectation that you want real answers and real opinions.
Ooh, I like it. Arlene, what are some mistakes or errors, faults that you've had in your communication process with others?
Great, thank you. So this is a mistake I made earlier this week. It is my most favorite mistake to make, not in the sense that I like making it, but in the sense that it's the one I make the most often, which is responding when I'm feeling emotionally agitated, activated for whatever reason, feeling contemptuous, or like I feel like I need to prove that I'm right is the intention of my communication. That's actually not a great intention of a communication. Just to like prove that you're better than someone isn't a good reason to leave a comment, right? And it can be really hard. I find it really challenging to be able to fully recognize when I'm in that kind of an emotional state, and to actually stop myself, maybe write something, write a draft or an outline of a response, and then walk away for like an hour to do something else so that I am no longer in that emotional state anymore. Yeah, messed that up just this week. So we're working on it.
Nice. That's a big one. And can I say too, that all these lessons and teachings are really kind of like, I like the metaphor of a spiral. We come back to that lesson over and over again. You know, all of us know not to respond in the heat of the moment, and yet we do. And yet we do. So we return to lessons each time, understanding them at a deeper level. For me, it's the set and forget approach of communication, like telling someone, oh, we have a meeting in 2 weeks on Tuesday at 3. And then showing up Tuesday at 3 without any reminders, without any follow-ups, expecting everyone to be there and getting upset if they're not. Ridiculous. Tenacious follow-up is a valuable aspect for any leader. Tenacious follow-up. And it can be friendly. Hey, looking forward to that Monday meeting. Any questions? You know, people who have worked with me have seen me at various degrees of success with this, but at my best, you know there's a meeting and you've known for some time and you've been reminded, you know, over and over again. And that includes with assigning people tasks. Please do this. Please do that. Instead of saying, why isn't it done? Turn inward as a leader. Well, did I really remind Jeffrey about this task in a way, or did I set and forget? So that's my mistake, is setting and forgetting many a time. Wow, we're making good times. You're so punctual with your answers. Panel, thank you. Let's jump to the next question. Who is a model of good communication? Who is someone this community, the people on this call, watching this recording later, who can they look to? Because a model is important for, you know, learning, absorbing behaviors. Let's flip it. We'll go with Hoodie first. Hoodie, who is a model of good communication?
I immediately go to the founder of the Full Moon Jam in Chicago, Liz Campanella, and also the leader who came before me and I co-led with as well, Michi Troda. The two of them are spectacular. Liz is really good at being concise and purposeful. And I think one of the best phrases I've ever heard that I come back to over and over from when the Full Moon Jam was founded, I think like 15 years ago now, was protect the community, protect the jams. And that gave people this nugget that they can understand, act upon, and be empowered. What am I doing? And is it good for the jam? Is it good for the community? Yes, I should move forward with that. Having something so concise that you can go back to is absolutely incredible. And Mitchie, just how she advocates for people. And she has done a lot of work, expects people to do the work for each other. And I just think both of them as leaders have just changed my trajectory. And they're people that I like to look back and think about, am I doing this in their tradition and trajectory? Great. If not, maybe I need to adjust.
Beautiful. Thank you. Arlene, who is a model of communication for you?
Yeah, good question. Also, I do want to take one moment to also just piggyback a little on what Hoodie said about just like the concept of having good, clear core values, like 3. I have 3 core values for my life and they influence everything. And those 3 encapsulate 100% of everything in my life, from work, play, all of it. So like if you can get that down, it provides a way to have a really clear like emotional and ethical compass for everything that you're doing. My 3 are curiosity, compassion, and play. 100% of what I do is surrounded on those 3 values. If it doesn't fit, then it's not for me. It's easy for me to know. As far as people who I am inspired by, the person that I would call is Rachel Drake, who is a local consent educator in Seattle. I've put another consent thing in the chat previously. I really like consent education. I think consent is one of the most important things that we're really not encapsulating and incorporating in all of the ways that we could. And consent is not about sex. It is also about sex. And also all of us are consenting to the way that we are interacting in this chat right now. Consent is about honoring people's autonomy and like giving them the options to engage in ways that feel good for them, that map on with their core values, right? So what I love about Rachel is the way that she is so good about just checking in before she shares heavy things. She makes sure that I'm in a place that I'm ready to accept them. She makes sure that it's not an overshare. If we have a big conversation or a heavy conversation, she provides aftercare for that, right? She'll check in with me the next day and then again 72 hours later to make sure that we're feeling okay, that things are still going all right. And I just really appreciate her sort of just constant attention to the ways that consent influences relationships and influences conversation. I want it more.
Nice. Thank you, Arlene. Marvin, who is a model for you in terms of communication?
When I guess like when I look at the people in the room and then when I think about who, I think Kevin, I think you're definitely on top of the list. Cassandra as well. And I feel like you guys are like very like detail oriented and also like you guys like reply like very fast and very like constructed, like yeah, you two come to my mind. Yeah.
Thank you. For me, I work with a company frequently called CEO Warrior, and their communication has been very inspiring, along with relentless consistency. They also are very aware of people's communication methods. I like to say we all speak a language, but there are some people who will not respond to you on Messenger. Understand that about them. There are some people that you text. There are still people that you email. And when we send out mass communications, often that gets overlooked. But you want effective communication with somebody. I have found there are my friends who I must text to get, I can't call them, I must text. And that is how we connect and we communicate. There are people on Messenger who I will get an instant response to and others not. There are people on the other side of the planet who WhatsApp is my one and only way to connect with them. There are people on Discord. You want Marvin in the afternoon? Go to Discord. understand how to connect with people and understand that they have preferred platforms. And the more you can use that, and I recognize it's not always possible with massive communication. And that was inspired to me by CEO Warrior. All right, wow, we're ahead of schedule. So I'm going to bring out a question that they weren't prepared for, sort of custom questions for everybody. Let's start with Marvin. Marvin, the Twitch phenomenon has been inspired. You have led the way and inspired many flow artists to get on Twitch and communicate in a whole new way. As broad as it is, give us a few minutes of your thoughts on communicating via live streaming and its future in the flow arts.
Yeah, for sure. I think live streaming is like very exciting. I feel like the technology is like advancing in a way where even on YouTube, as you see on YouTube, like a couple of years ago, the encoding wasn't like as fast, but now it's reaching to like underdeveloped countries, and like everybody has a cell phone, everybody can watch YouTube. And I think in the next couple of years, live streaming will be that, because like once like the technology advanced to that certain point, and everybody could like live stream like from their phone, and you'll be watching it like just like YouTube instead of like the lag on some places. And that's one part of it that's I think kind of like exciting. Number two, it's like with the pandemic, I think it accelerated the way that like human beings like communicate. And I feel like with being like isolated and stuff like that, and it has its like advantages where we find ways to communicate even through like isolation. And I think with like live streaming, it's like the closest you get to like in real life, because you get that real time like feedback, like the real like fast response. It's different when you like send somebody a message on Messenger and then like a couple hours they reply. When things are like happening back and forth, the moment is unfolding. Like you're there at like at the front together. And I think that's kind of like an exciting part about it that I'm still excited about, and still studying and observing and seeing how like the Twitch platform is like evolving and stuff. But yeah, and Discord too is like, yeah.
Powerful. And I've witnessed it and thought myself originally skeptical, like I'm not going to get into this, but I find myself just watching Marvin talk for hours, feeling connected to the people in the chat, feeling connected to juggling in general. And there's something there. And I appreciate you, Marvin, for bringing that to the surface for the flow arts moving forward. Custom question for Hoodie. Hoodie, I mentioned invited you here for your compassionate communication. And I've noticed even when this subject matter is difficult, or even when you are upset, you still, for lack of a better word, bring the heart into the conversation. Talk to us about having difficult conversations from a heart-centered place. That's the best way I could put it.
I mean, this is kind of diving into my Flash Talk a little bit, but Flash Talk's only 5 minutes. So, hey, I think having a background story is essential in whatever you do, because whatever you're doing, it can suck. It can not be fun. It can be something you don't really want to do. It can be something you're not really motivated. Maybe you're going through the motions and everything. But if you have a meaning behind it, it's the difference between a splash of water and a wave that's crossed the ocean. Whether you can follow through and actually finish and complete and do it with intention and meaning versus just going through the actions. When you're going through the actions, when something's hard, when you don't have emotional cartilage to deal with it, that patience has to come from somewhere. And it was funny, Arlene, I feel like we get to chat every once in a while in like indirect sort of ways, but we have so much in common when you talk about like the three things that underpin everything. Yes. I have a 5-year-old and I'm constantly talking to him about patience, curiosity, and kindness. And everything comes from those three things. And building a worldview where those things can recombine and give purpose and come together and recombine in different sorts of ways that create these different harmonics and these different valences that you're like, whoa, where did that come from? And yeah, those meanings end up driving you in those little things that you don't like or want or feel like you're capable to do. Those give you that follow through and that power. So,
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Thank you. Well said. custom question for Arlene. The Seattle Flow Arts Collective is a shining beacon of an example of a community organization that supports education, fosters connection, getting people together, even through the pandemic. You've done an incredible job. What are some of your priorities? Take this question anywhere you want, but in creating, maintaining, sustaining the Seattle Flow Arts Collective, what really keeps going through your mind? What is at the forefront of your intention?
Ooh, that's a great question. I will say that I feel like my 3 core values are baked in there as a founding member. I think a lot of it is a lot of the topics that we're talking about today. You know, I think a lot of us in this space really believe that there's a lot of power in flow art. You know, learning to flow, to do this, to manipulate an object in the ways that we all do, increases people's sense of self-efficacy, which is basically like people's capacity to change things in their lives. There are like various elements of self-efficacy. If you want to nerd about that, you can send me a message. And so for CFAC, Seattle Flow Arts Collective, my goal is to really like have opportunities that increase people's self-efficacy, because I think that like we all have this amazing power. When I learned how to spin poi, it was like, oh, so everything I could just learn, like it's just like you just learn things and that's like that's it. That was really empowering for me, right? And I didn't ever expect that I would be in this sort of a position in this community. It was sort of an unwitting leader, but like it happened because I realized that I could just do things. I can just choose to do something and do it. So I want to put that into people as a former life coach. It's like part of my goal. And I really want things to be accessible to people. You know, all of our events are free. They're pay what you can /free. So everything is donation based. We don't want money to be a reason that people can't come. That includes classes of all sorts. That includes our fire jam. Like you don't even need to donate fuel or bring your own fuel. All you need to do is show up and have registered 8 days in advance per the fire department. And so that's kind of think our main steez is like just really giving people safe spaces where they can be safe, where they can be expressive, and where they can find ways to like be more who they are in a way that invites and encourages them to give other people that opportunity as well, and kind of like spread that out into the world.
Beautiful. And the nice theme amongst the panelists of the big picture purpose, the big why. When you're down in the mud, if you're just staring at the mud, just forget it. But if you could keep your eye on the big picture, because it's still there. It's still there. The beauty, the power, the growth of this community is still there. And I know during the pandemic, there's been a lot of, this community is that or that, but no. We have our challenges, of course, but it's still there. The beauty, the power, the transformation, the connection of this community and what we can share with others is still there. Keep your eye on that. Communication is easier than ever, but it's also more complex than ever before. It's easier than ever to reach thousands of people and communicate with them, or a small team, and yet it's more complex than ever before. Thank you, Marvin. Thank you, Arlene. Thank you, Hoodie, not just for being on this panel, but for all you've done for the community. I deeply honor you and appreciate your contributions. I'm sure this panel could have been 3 hours long. That said, we will wrap up the communication panel and hand it off to, I believe, Cassandra.
That's right. You're handing it off to me. I agree that all of the conversations that we've been having could be much, much longer. But that one in particular, pretty magical. And of course, being that these are effective communicators on display, even so, they kept it in an appreciated and reasonable amount of time so we can keep to the schedule. And so moving forward with the schedule, it is my supreme pleasure to introduce our next presenter. His name is Richard Hartnell. He is a pivotal juggler, event producer, and teacher from the West Coast of the United States. He's also best known as one of the world's eminent practitioners of contact juggling, co-founder of the Bellingham Circus Guild in the late aughts as it spun off from Dream Science Circus, and moving into the famous Vulcan Studios shortly after in Oakland, the seat of North American fire dance culture at the time. Over the next 10 years in the San Francisco Bay Area, he launched tours around the United States, earned an artist residency at Flow Toys, and beyond the United States, toured 11 countries beyond that, finding himself a mainstay at such variety events as the Oregon Country Fair, the European Juggling Convention, and the Edinburgh Festival Fringe. Ladies and gents, and those beyond, please give a warm welcome to Mr. Richard Hartnell.
Hey, what's up, y'all? Microphone check. Everybody hear me okay?
We're good.
Okay, great. I'm running my camera to two different sources right now. I wanted to make sure that works. My camera should focus in just a moment. Sorry for the weird blur. Hey to everybody. I am Richard Hartnell, indeed, as confirmed by the bio. Thanks all for coming. It's nice to see so many of you in the chat, so many familiar faces in the participants. In fact, I'm going to make sure chat is right here. Yeah, I am presenting. Oops, now I've just messed it up. 1 second. Just let me get this all in order. There's so many windows here. All right. Yeah, I today am giving a talk on what I consider meta props. The meta props of politics and religion. I'm going to turn gallery. I'm going to leave gallery view on, but you can just leave speaker view on. I'm going to run this whole thing in on an OBS cam into Zoom, so you can just leave my sound here on in Zoom and just look at me here. Yeah. So what do I mean by meta props? What I mean by that is that that politics and religion are sort of inevitable topics in flow arts and in life in general. I'm going to sort of prove out that case here in the chat. I know there's a lot of folks who are kind of already on this tip in chat. I wasn't quite sure how many people were going to be in here kind of from the greater scene, and how many people were going to be in here from who have like been in the scene for a long time and are kind of like experienced in this conversation. So there's sort of a split issue of trying to talk to both like the newbie and the old bee to these conversations. What I mean by describing these aspects of our culture as meta props is that even if they feel annoying and difficult now, there's this tendency to improve through practice. And the same as with poi, staff, and hoop, the more we do this, the better we get at it, and the better we get at it, the more we have to do it, or the more we want to do it. I will try and lay out the case here that we do have to do it, that there's kind of no option not to. So for those of you who think that prop spinning is fundamentally apolitical and has nothing to do with race, class, and gender, watch this. Okay, so here's the background of this conversation. Let me get my highlights here. Okay, so here's the background. 2014, January, Flow Arts Lunchbox occurs. Flow Arts Lunchbox, for those of you who haven't been on the scene that long, was a irreverent Flow Arts group where people who believed that you shouldn't get offended about anything congregated. And the one rule of Flow Arts Lunchbox was never get offended. They use the term butthurt. We are all adults in here. We're going to talk about adult stuff like class war, so there may be some swears. Get ready. So the number one rule of Flow Arts Lunchbox was don't get butthurt about everything. The problem with that is that they quickly found out that not getting offended is actually a rule about is actually a way of getting offended about stuff, particularly people who get offended about literally anything else. So that kind of lasted for a while until they all got into an argument about who was most offended about getting offended about things and kind of fell apart. But that was like sort of the onset of a lot of gossip groups on Facebook and places where people wanted to go to be kind of quote unquote like irreverent or politically incorrect, right? In 2020 in February, there was a public call to action about racism in flow arts that basically sprang out of a thread about somebody spinning fire in a Native American war bonnet. Whether it was a case of like a white woman in the US like coming after an indigenous man in Latin America was sort of irrelevant, considering that like not all Native people are the same. And he was sort of saying like, well, I'm tribal, I have an excuse to like appropriate from other tribes. And she was like, well, yeah, but this is like an honorific. And it basically blew up into this whole thing. And she came out to all these flow arts groups, Contact Staff and Poi Chat and all of these other groups saying, hey, why aren't we talking about this? Why aren't we talking about like anti-racist thought? Why aren't we talking about sexism in the scene? And so on and so forth, and made this big kerfluffle. At the time, the big gossip group was Flow Community Tea Room. One of the admins had this kind of like big response saying like, hey, why do we have to talk about this? And got kind of shouted down about it and eventually resigned from the group. The other admins who came on ended up dissolving the group for what they perceived as essentially toxicity in the culture, whatever that may mean. Downstream, just after that, COVID-19 lockdowns swept the world and George Floyd was infamously murdered in public, which plunged the country, if not the world, into a big, open, and often tactless dialogue about racism and the pandemic and class war and all that kind of stuff. This led to kind of an explosion in the Flow Community Tea Room culture. The Uncle Iroh group formed and quickly like fell into a big argument, conversation, shouting match about who's racist and who's not. Poi Chat changed its moderation team in February of 2021 as a kind of downstream action from there. And due to rapid changes in the moderation style of the group and the amount of moderation, thank you. Just gonna move myself there. The Poi Chat But Better group spun off, which was sort of a recap of Flow Arts Lunchbox, where like the rule was we're not going to get offended about stuff. And the problem was that that turns out to be a way of getting offended about stuff, leading to the second time somebody in the Flow community threatened to punch me in the face if they ever saw me at a Flow Arts gathering. He never did, thankfully. Then in this kind of gets us to now, 2021 August. By the end of summer, a lot of those groups had sort of dissolved. People have like lost steam. A lot of the arguments have kind of gone quiet. And now after another year of not having festival season, it's kind of quiet. But like there's kind of this question of like, well, if we all get back together, like, what's it going to be like? A giant brawl? Is everybody just going to like, is like, you know, is like so-and-so actually going to try and punch me in the face this time? Like, who knows, you know? I think this slide is a little redundant. I think we all kind of know maybe why we have to talk about this, but I'm going to lay out the case real quick. And I'm going to put it in terms not like, I think it's like kind of silly as to like why we would have to talk about this. But I want to talk about maybe the most easy and concise way to explain this to like our middle American festival family who might not understand why it's important to talk about these things, or people who like read your post about why you're trying to make your event like talk about this, and like the inevitable people who come out of the woodwork saying like, well, what does spinning poi have to do with like sexism or racism or like class war? The short answer is this. A while ago, somebody put out a paper called Fish Seen So White about the difficulty of a black fish fan, of a particular black fish fan, who would go to fish shows. And he would wear his fish shirt. He would wear all of his candy. He would wear like rainbow dreadlocks and shit. And he would go to a fish show. And every 2 to 5 minutes, somebody at the fish show would ask him where the bathroom was. Because they all thought that he was not there for the show, but was there working for security, which was the other source of like most of the black people at the event. And the article was about like him kind of being like used to it and kind of like thick-skinned about it over years and years. And his white girlfriend, who was like super pissed all the time because she was just encountering like that this happens to people, right, on the scene. So this article comes out called Fish Seen So White. Then somebody posted on like Headcount and Reddit, and there was this big explosion of people in the fish scene, mostly white hippies, going, this music is apolitical. This music has nothing to do with racism. It's racist to even talk about people being different colors. We're all one, obviously. So what's wrong with you? Why do you have to talk about this? So downstream, this article called The Culture of White Space showed up about not only kind of the casual racism that happens in the scene, but also the explicit, like reactionary kind of response to what happens when you try to talk about racism in a mostly white space. Now, here's the real dirty stuff, all right? In Flow Arts, we can talk a big game about like how we're trying to do something about this, but let's look at a comparison of the general demographics of US culture versus the general demographics of flow arts culture. Above, we have a pie chart of general demographics of the USA, about 57% white, about 18% Hispanic Latino, about 12% Black folks, and then kind of everybody else in these slivers. Flow arts is a full 10% whiter than a country that is famous for genocide and ethnic cleansing. So if we're going to talk about like being inclusive, we should all remember this. I hope this chart flashes into our memories every single time any of us claim that flow arts and racism do not intersect. All right, we're fully 8% less Hispanic and Latino than the general population, and we are fully 10% less Black than the general population. Now, granted, this is going to have regional fluctuations. Obviously, like a place like Flame in Georgia is going to be, just to cherry pick one ethnicity in particular, probably Blacker than Pacific Fire Gathering, which takes place in a state where it was illegal for Black people to move until the 50s or 60s. California obviously is going to have a higher Spanish prevalence than like New England Flow Fest, you know. But ultimately, like, this is a place that we have to look. My camera is flipped. This is a place that we have to look if we're going to ask ourselves whether the scene is really inclusive. And the rest of this is going to be sort of about what kind of questions we can ask in order to maybe solve some of these problems, right? One interesting thing is we did actually pop a higher result for Pacific Islanders in flow arts than in the general population for reasons that are probably obvious. Well, I hope are probably obvious to everybody in this room. Where did the chart originate? The upper chart is taken from just Google. The lower chart is taken from a survey of demography that I did in Worldwide Flow Arts and Fire Tribe. Might have been Flomies of Earth. It was one of those two basically kind of similar groups. So also the fact that there was an uptick in people who identify as North American Indigenous may come from the fact that flow arts is like a US scene, might also come from the fact that like there are people who, might come from actually indigenous descended people in the culture, might also come from people who are sort of like low-key identifying with like the 0.5% of indigenous blood in their like largely white ethnic makeup. It's a slightly rough sample, but the sample size was about 140 people, so it's not not lousy. Thanks for asking. To kind of make the point, what you're not changing, you are choosing. If we're not talking about racism in the scene, or we're not talking about like where all the folks of color are at in our ostensibly not racially, in our hobby that ostensibly does not regard race at all, we should ask why our scene is even whiter than like a deeply racist country, right? I'll get to that a little later. The good news is there are probably folks in this room, and there are definitely folks in the scene who are like, oh God, talking about this is going to be divisive, right? Because like through the whole gossip group situation and through the whole kind of kerfluffle where people are like, oh God, politics and religion, they've torn flow arts apart. And there's going to be no more flow arts because we've spent a whole year talking about how there's like not talking about spinning, but talking about who's racist and who's sexist and who sucks. And often a lot of the people who are talking about who's racist and sexist and suck, like they also kind of suck sometimes. Not all the time, but sometimes they really suck. And like we just had this like really kind of sucky like argument about like who sucks and who doesn't, right? Who's good and who's bad, and who we should kick out and ban forever, and who we should, what to do with the problem people and whatever. The good news is, and I'm going to take a potentially controversial opinion here. But probably not really. I'm going to make an argument that flow arts is a psychedelic scene, that our culture exists, if not within, but heavily intersecting with drug culture and burner culture, which is also arguably drug culture. My short argument there is the way to tell whether an event happens within drug culture is it says no drugs on the event poster. Because what you never read is 2022 Young Republicans National Convention, no drugs. What you always see is Fractal Freddy's Fabulous Furry Forest Freakout, no drugs. Okay, so like Yes, there are incidentally, props to the sober flow arts crew, but I did go to a sober flow arts meeting and everybody in there was California sober. And it was a conversation about how classical hallucinogens help people quit booze or cigarettes or opiates or maybe even cannabis. So as a scene of people who appreciate non-dual experiences to the point of deliberately collectively gathering to induce them with chemicals, I will say there is a non-dual answer to the problem of who's a good and who's a bad person. Okay, and I want to talk about Mu for a minute. Okay, Mu is a story from Buddhism. I will tell the shortest version I can now. The story goes like this. One day, a young student walked up to the master and said, "What is the best prop? A poi, a hoop, or a staff?" And the master responded, "Mu." And Mu is kind of Japanese shorthand for that question is bullshit. It's like not even no. It's like this shouldn't even be a question, right? That's sort of the story of Mu, right? So here's the classic example of like who's good and who's bad, right? You are either a good person or you are a bad person, right? You're a good person if you do good stuff. You're a bad person if you do bad stuff. Thanks, Yarlene. I'm looking at slides and not chat. Okay, and I'm going to rush through some of this other stuff. But ultimately, the question of whether somebody is a good person or a bad person, the answer is everybody is a good person and a bad person. All right, ta-da. Now that doesn't mean that there are people who are like acting in good faith and bad faith. And in linguistics, we notice that one of the fundamental rules of linguistics is that it's assumed that everybody's discussing in good faith. So if I walk up to you on the street, I say, "Do you know what time it is?" I presume you're going to tell me what time it is. I presume you're not going to. I presume that if you say a time, it's not the wrong time, right? This kind of falls back on like deeper linguistics theory, that there are parts of linguistics. We talk about phonetics and like what sounds mean. We talk about semantics and what words mean. And we talk about pragmatics and what you're really trying to say. So when somebody tries to weasel out of like using a racist slogan in mixed company, and they're like, "Oh, well, I didn't actually say blah, blah, blah." Like we can say, look, if you took a linguistics class, you would understand that pragmatically, I do hear "Let's go, Brandon" as "fuck Joe Biden." Okay, I mean, fuck Joe Biden anyway. He won't admit that cannabis is less dangerous than meth. But we know what people are trying to say when they say this, that, and the other thing. All right. So here, and I guess this will be kind of the takeaway because I'm already running out of time. In the conversations about like racism and sexism and stuff, we have these issues between prescriptivism and descriptivism. And prescriptivism is kind of a classic like racist problem. Here's a guy saying like, "Oh, you're not in the dictionary of animals, so you must not be an animal." "Oh, here's a subspecies of tigers, but like we're not going to call that a tiger because that's something else, right? Stop evolving, right? Language evolves. So pragmatically, if somebody walks up to me and says, "Can I ask you a question?" and somebody walks up to me and says, "Can I ask you a question?" like I know what they're talking about and I can respond in kind, right? So to say, like classically, it's been a vehicle of racism to say, well, you can't ask me a question because the word is ask. Like I'm going to ignore your Latin American dialect or your Black dialect or whatever, because I believe there's a correct way of saying this thing. Now here's where we catch ourselves, right? Anti-racists will nowadays say there is only one definition of racism, and it is structural oppression of people of certain colors and elevation of people of other colors, right? And if you have some other definition of racism besides me, you're wrong. And then in the meantime, normies say, "Well, I open my dictionary and racism says any discrimination based on race. So what now?" And to argue that there is only one definition of racism is as foolish as walking into a flow festival and saying, "Psh, this isn't a flow festival. Everybody knows that flow is the movement of a fluid through a defined space." Right? So, when anybody starts like kind of trying to police like flow culture and saying, "Well, there's only this definition of racism or that definition of racism," they're going to be wrong no matter what. And on the topic of accessibility, I want to mention that, maybe we're gatekeeping and doing this ourselves by saying that flow refers to fire dancing or prop spinning, and not also include other arts that are practiced by people largely who may not be white. right? So if we're talking about flow being available only to people who do white festy stuff, then maybe that's one of the ways that we can disrupt one of those charts before. I have a few more slides, but I also am conscientious of going a little over time.
I think we need closing comments, my friend.
All right, let me just skip through everything really quick then. On the topic of linguistics, another place where we ought to have a greater perspective on community. We talk about community as regarding like-minded individuals only, but in ecology, community refers to all of the relationships in an ecosystem, and that includes predator-prey relationships. So the other thing is, if you're not policing your space for, let's say, literal cultists, I'm not going to play this whole thing. This is a trailer for a film about a guy who deliberately started a cult to see if he could get away with it, and found out how easy it was, because he was tired of cultists in basically like flow arts like spaces, in new age spaces. We have people coming into our communities to offer workshops about fake healing modalities, like fake medicine, snake oil salespeople. And if we allow those people room in order to, and also like racists, like our community is about helping young people form identities now. And racists are also about helping young people form identities. And if we don't keep our eyes out for people who want to come in here and tell young spinners not to go to doctors for their medical problems, or like anti-vaccine pushers, or like aliens people, or whatever, again, what we are not changing, we are choosing. So that's kind of the one takeaway that I really wanted. The last little bit is, if we continue a no drugs policy and pretending that we're not taking drugs, we're ignoring the fact that our religion was literally banned by the federal government in order to shut down the civil rights movement and the peace movement. So for as long as we continue to have no action about drug prohibition and take a policy of not protesting or discussing this, or even pretending like we're never taking drugs, we're keeping ourselves subjugated, and we are consenting to the banishment of our religion into places that are physically inaccessible by people of age, by young people, and so on and so forth. So there's all that. Let's set it off with a bell hooks quote. Yesterday, I was thinking about the whole idea of genius and creative people, and the notion that if you create some magical art, somehow that exempts you from having to pay attention to the small things. So there's all that. I regret consuming all of my Q&A time in slides, but there's all that. I hope that I've blown some minds, and I'll get back to looking at the chat here to see if there's anything that I can answer after my time slot in the chat. Thanks for coming.
Thank you, Richard. I just need a moment. Ooh, powerful, intense, quick, direct. There will be some time at the end I want to highlight for continued conversations, questions, and so it's not entirely out of the picture to get some additional discussion. Richard, you have always challenged me. Even when I thought I was doing good, Richard had an informed and intelligent perspective to offer about how I could do better. And that is a fact. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Moving right along, we will add an extra 5 minutes to our next presenter so that she can get the full amount of time. This individual has spent the last 12 years of her life as a flow arts production powerhouse and community leader. That is a fact. For the last 6 years, she has had her fingers on the pulse of the market and the industry. Join her as she discusses where the market could possibly be moving and what to be excited about for the future of our art form. Let's hear it for Lux Luminous.
Mute myself. There we go. Hello, friends. Hi. So a lot of you I recognize, some of you I don't. Like Kevin had said, my name is Lux Luminous. I just got my booster shot last night, so I am very foggy right now. But don't let that deter you from getting your boosters if you have not gotten your boosters. So if I'm not making sense, let me know in the chat, because I have the chat open, I can see. And also, Kevin, if you can give me 5 at the end, so that way I can answer any questions that people have, that would be excellent.
Will do.
Awesome. Okay, cool. So I'm going to talk about 2 different things today. I'm going to talk about Flow festivals and where they're going. And then I also want to touch base on social media as well. If we have time, I want to get into that. But first off, Flow festivals. Oh man, like there is a lot going on with them. There is a lot that, you know, we all absolutely love about them. But, you know, market changes, things change, we grow, and we evolve. And so we need to cultivate that. So back in 2019, so I'm going to kind of set the stage here. There was an issue with Flow festivals, and not just like Flow festivals, but festivals and concert events and like big events like that, all having an issue of not being able to bring people in. And this was like across the board for, you know, event production. And a lot of people, you know, were saying that, you know, going to these events was too time consuming, too expensive, too far away, things like that. And being able to like go to these events was very difficult for a lot of people. So they just weren't going. And so you had the stadiums like starting to configure their events to like hold esports. Oh, there's my cat. Be able to like hold esports things because they just weren't able to bring in the amount of people that they used to be able to bring in. And I don't want to say that all Flow festivals took a hit in 2019. That is definitely not the case. There's definitely some that did very well, but a lot of the majority, especially the smaller ones, they all had an issue. You know, there was also the issue of the market just being completely flooded as well. So that being said, you know, fast forward to not being able to go to events or anything for the past like two and a half years. And what I think we're going to be seeing in this next year or two is a resurgence, but big but here, I don't think it's going to last. I think it's going to dwindle back into people not being able to go to these events because of X, Y, and Z. And, you know, with the growth of doing online events, I think that has helped a lot. Though I do not think that we should do only online events, have an online event every weekend. That's going to flood the market as well. That's not going to work either. I definitely think that there should be more online events, especially because like this is good for people that, you know, can't afford it, people that are disabled, people that, you know, can't take a time off of work, you know, to be able to go to these events and have those sense of communities. So having online events, I don't think is going away. I think that there will be less of them. I think that they are like very important to a lot of people to be able to bring more people in. But that being said, we also have an issue in the Flow Festival scene where we're not bringing in a whole lot of new people. It's a lot of the same people coming back every year, but you know, even that is dwindling down because, you know, life, you know, gets in the way, money gets in the way, all these things. So we need to like think of different ways to be able to reach out to other people, different communities, bring in other communities to the fold of Flow Arts. Because, you know, Flow Arts, like mentioned before, is this wide definition for a lot of movement-based art. So you can bring in, you know, the circus people, the dancers, you know, tons of different types of art forms to kind of bolster and make what we have bigger. So saying that, I also think that the way that we've been doing Flow festivals isn't quite what we need to do in the future. Like, yes, you know, having an event like Fire Drums, like there's always going to be room for those kind of events. Like, I'm not saying to get rid of them. I'm not saying that we don't need them, because we definitely do need them. But what I am saying is we need different offerings, different things, and different things to like get people excited. In 2019, there was 2 events that threw competition, and I like, you know, we've been to Flow festivals a million times, and you know how hard it is to get people to sit, you know, for like an hour for a flow case. I saw people sit for like 3 hours watching competitions, like fully enthralled, super stoked, like just like wicked into it. And I think that if anybody's going to do a competition, I think that Flow Arts, you know, does it pretty well. And people were extremely, yeah, wicked into it. And I think people are extremely, you know, interested in that kind of interactive art form. And it's also marketable to a larger audience, because we need to stop marketing just towards flow artists. I should not be your demographic that you are selling to. I can hardly afford to fly myself out to California, let alone, you know, go to California and then buy from vendors, buy merch, you know, all the things that you want your attendees to do. Like, I don't have, you know, I'm not the market that you want. I can't afford all those things. So, you know, when you're developing these events and stuff, you know, we should be marketing more towards the public. The public should be paying for the artist versus the artist paying for other artists. Sorry, I'm just a little hot. You can tell I'm getting really red. Here, I'm just gonna sweating this shot, man. It's got me. Okay. So, where was I going with that? Oh my gosh, I just lost my train of thought. Of course. So what was I saying?
Community
So
pays for artists, not artists pay for artists.
yes, not artists pay for artists. So like you look at things like Cassandra with Flow Festivals and Paige with Playthink, their main market isn't just flow artists. Their main market is their local communities. We need to think locally. We need to stop having only events in the middle of the woods, like 4 hours away from the nearest city. Like, I mean, those are great. We love those. But we need something that is more community and locally based. That's going to like help with, you know, it not being so expensive. You know, throwing it at a local, you know, park or something is going to cut your overhead down significantly. You can get like sponsors from local restaurants or, you know, local grants. There's so much money to be had in the art scene that we are not tapping into, and we need to tap into it. There is, sorry, I'm like reading the comments. So it's like, it's super important to be able to get your local community involved in, you know, bolstering what you have locally versus like trying to throw a festival in the middle of the woods, because it is difficult because you're also paying for getting infrastructure out there and all this crazy stuff. Like there is so much overhead to throwing a retreat versus like throwing something locally. So this next year I am really thinking, you know, thinking locally, bolstering what I have here, so that way my community can grow, and perhaps maybe in the future throwing a much larger event. But you know, it's not super necessary to throw those big crazy events, because like people, the main thing that people go to flow festivals for is community, friends, and then number 3 is usually workshops. So okay, you know, people, this is what people want, we can give it to them. That's so easy. Like community building is what we do best, so we should be really leaning into that, and that would definitely help, you know, grow the community even more, and getting more people that, you know, wouldn't have ever like thought about doing flow arts into it. So this year I had Boston Spin Jam in a park, like right next to Tufts University. I put it right there. It's beautiful, and there's so much foot traffic of young college kids. I snagged so many college kids, and they would come back every single week. They were so excited. They're like, this is wild. So like, you know, you don't have to spend all this crazy money and bring in people from around the world to like bolster your community. It doesn't always have to be about that. And getting people into flow arts. So yeah, so I think, you know, the main things to take away from event production is that think locally, think, you know, outside our community, you know, think about you know, competitions, because competitions, like, not even like, we've all seen the things on TV where we have like crazy amounts of competitions, like America's Got Talent and things like that. There's things that could be marketed. We could do it better. We could do it so much better than freaking America's Got Talent, just saying. And I think that there is, you know, money to be had in that kind of sphere as well. Not saying that we have to go that way, but is an option. Oh my gosh, my computer, what are you doing? Okay. So yeah, so that being said, I think that, you know, we are definitely in a transitional period. I think that if we keep beating the dead horse and going down the same route we've been doing this entire time, I think that flow arts will become a fad and that it will, fizzle out. I think that if we think more about, getting families involved, getting the public involved, getting, people on the outside involved, I think it'll grow more. So yeah, does anybody have any questions about that? I know I just like info dumped hard there. Looking.
I would just put in a quick question on your thoughts on the virtual event world. Will it continue? Will it be done with? Medium? Yeah.
I think that, so the virtual events should and will continue to happen. I don't think that they will happen as abundantly as we've seen these past 2 years. I think the market seriously got flooded there. I don't think that there's a whole lot of money in it. I think that it is a charitable thing. Like if an event is doing this, it is more for charity versus like something that would be profitable. So if you are thinking about throwing an online event, don't think you're going to profit from it, because you probably won't. You might. I could be wrong, but it is more difficult. Reclaiming spinning from stationary bike people. I think flow arts is better, but Richard, you always have the best things to say. So yeah, I don't think that they're going to go away. I think that they're definitely here to stay. I think there's going to be less of them. But like I said before, they are so good for people that can't get out to these events, like, people that have disabilities, people who have medical issues, people who can't afford it. I think that the online events definitely cater to people that, can't do it, but want to do it. But along with that, you need to bolster that community itself as well. So if you are catering to these people, I would create like a group or something for everybody to be able to communicate and grow together beyond just the event. Because you don't want to just be like, okay, here's an event, all right, bye, leave you alone, never going to talk to you until next year when we want you to come back. It's like you want to continue growing that and making them feel appreciated. So that's super important when thinking about online events.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, we've got about 7 minutes here, so I'll go ahead and give you that time. Oh, here's a question. I'd like to see the flow arts community including more ages.
Yes.
Education-based flow fests of all ages, community building.
Yeah.
Good point.
Yes, so 100% we need to be offering to kids, families, and older people, because it is so good for people like of older age as well as for kids. It's got those things in your brain, it definitely energizes people in a very good way, just like with any sort of exercise and whatnot. And what's her name in New Zealand? A brain fog.
Kate Van Riegel West.
Oh, she's such a badass. Oh, is she here?
No, we wish.
She honestly, her work is so inspirational. The work that she does with the elderly population out there, and it helps so much. So like, we really need to think outside of our demographic of 25 to 35-year-olds and really think about kids. We need to think about, everybody, because flow arts is for everybody. Yes, thank you. Yeah, spin poem.
Nice.
So yes, Kate.
Cool. I have another sort of cue. You are finger on the pulse with YouTube, with media. You are all over the place. Outside of the virtual events themselves, what is this new virtual paradigm, the social media paradigm? How does that play into it all?
So that's what I wanted to get into next, but I don't think I'm going to be able to dive super deep into it. So of course, anybody who wants to pick my brain, I will probably go to bed right after this. So maybe poke me tomorrow. But yes, social media has taken over flow arts. It is the main way that we, because of the pandemic and everything, communicate and get together is via social media and getting our art form out there. YouTube, I am like serious. YouTube is such a great place for flow arts. If you do it correctly, you can make money off of it. You can get people out there. You can teach people, like, it is like, but you have to do it right. It is, it's difficult. It is a grind, just like with any social media marketing. It is always going to be a grind. Consistency is freaking key. If you are not consistent and you don't think you can be consistent, I wouldn't even waste your breath. because you have to grind every week, always doing it every day. But it is worth it. I have like most of my income comes from all of my social media, but you have to diversify too. So I have Patreon, I have YouTube. I pick up marketing gigs with other flow arts companies and stuff. Like it all kind of like encompasses together. Oh, tribe.net. That's how I found my first community back like 12 years ago, a long time. But yes, social media is here to stay, unfortunately. And the landscape is changing, especially with TikTok now. Which TikTok I've been fiddling with for the past like month. It's interesting. The type of content is very different. The type of content that you put on TikTok and Instagram are different. You can put things that you make on TikTok on Instagram, but things that you make on Instagram doesn't always work on TikTok, if that makes sense, if you're in that sphere. And it's so quick. It's like Vine, you have to be very quick with it. And TikTok's not so much a showcase of skill, but a more entertainment, like I've been capturing people and funneling them to my YouTube channel, because I'm getting people that have no idea what flow arts is. They're like, what the heck is that? And I'm like, oh, sick, you just asked the right person. Hey, go to my bio, here's a link. And I'm funneling people into the flow arts from there. And that has been working. But again, you have to be diligent. If you are working on TikTok and your main goal is to funnel to things that make you money, it's not bad. It does work. Because if you look at people like Chris Kelly, he's out there, he's like doing his tricks, and then of course telling people, hey, I sell these poi, you want some? Here, I got links for you. And he's like, his numbers are insane, absolutely insane. So yes, social media does equal cash money if you know how to play the game right and you're very consistent. But yes, if you have questions, please ask me. I am always down to help people explore these avenues and get flow arts in front of more people, because my main goal with all of the things that I do is to get the public aware of flow arts and to help push it forward. It's not so much about like me profiting. It's more like, yes, profit is good, but it's about the overarching theme is about growing and making it bigger. Because if we make it bigger, we all win, we all profit, we're all able to do amazing, crazy things. So, finger guns.
Awesome. Were those closing comments? Do you have any closing comments about the future?
I think the future is bright. I think that we have to be diligent about how we interact with it and where we're moving. I think, just being very strategic. Main takeaway is get the public involved. Got to get them involved. Like this is such an interesting and fun art form for people to look at and be entertained by. There's no reason why we can't get them involved.
Nice. Let's show some of that Zoom love for the talented, the prolific Lux Luminous.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lux. What an honor. I love what you've been doing. It shows the effort. Absolutely one of the flow arts influencers in terms of consistency, quality, content, multi-platform. You are a good model to look to for all of these leaders here. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm happy that my talk wasn't too foggy. Like there was definitely some moments I'm like, where's my brain?
Very lucid. All right.
Thank you all so much. It was very much an honor to be a part of this. I was able to pop in during my like sick moments and listen. So that was awesome.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
Connect with Lux, follow Lux. All of the presenters here, having examples of leadership in the flow arts appear in your feed and in your life and in your scope of vision is I think an important part of leading yourself, and that is connecting with and seeing what other people are doing. Speaking of someone to keep an eye on with what they're doing, this next presenter has been involved in flow arts for a long time in a positive, consistent, and inspiring way. They have maintained their connection with the community, with the soul of flow arts. And our next lightning round presenter is none other than Michael LaHood.
Here I am. So this talk is called Maintaining the Connection, AKA Feeling Your Backstory and Purpose When It's 4 a.m. So we know what leadership looks like. We've been spending all day talking about it. Everyone here is interested. Everyone here is thoughtful. We're thinking, we're working, we're participating, we're motivated, and we're inspired right now. After a day like today, how can you not be inspired? And of course, we think about our future and we see ourselves in that. And then we end up losing a lot of people. The rate at which we lose people in the flow arts is incredible. And it's soul sucking in many different ways. And how do you stick around and how do you maintain that connection? So I think it's really useful to think about theater and literature and the construction of characters. We learn a lot of really great things. Irving Goffman and the presentation of self, really, really interesting analyses on how humans interact. But when we look at ourselves in a story, in a theatrical story, and there's an action that anyone can carry out, a script, an actor with motivation and purpose is inspiring, and they're in fact impactful. But a flat character, they do an action, maybe they eat because they're hungry and everyone's hungry and it's valid, but it's not necessarily noteworthy. It's a plot point on the way to another plot point on the way to another plot point. But a rich character is going to embody that same action very differently. There's an intention and there's a meaning, there's an appreciation, something rich driving them. Maybe they're breaking bread with someone that they despise, and that act of eating is not just getting food in them, but it means something so much more. Or scarcity and appreciation, for what they're having. And we take notice. There's a big difference between doing something that just happens to be a plot point in the script and something that someone is compelled to do, that they're inspired and motivated and that they embody with those actions. So at times as organizers, we can be following that script of things that we're supposed to be doing. There are moments when our motivation is going to be very weak to go, tell that person to, we need a safety here, or we need to work in this sort of way. And there's a 4 a.m. moment and everything's hitting the fan. There's that 4 months away moment that may be even worse when, we had that magical communal celebration 4 months ago, but we don't really have a purpose anymore because that was 4 months ago and we're not on that high anymore. And, with patience and centering and drive and meaning, that's something that transcends how tired we are, how disillusioned we've gotten, or how disillusioned we are because someone else has prompted us to be. And we need a purpose that's a guide rail to lean on. I notice leaders with a certain spark, and we've seen leaders with spark today, and they have a purpose that underlies their action and their words and creates a follow through and a believability. It sells not only that they've done something, but that there's a magic behind it, a reason to follow and see what comes next, because you saw there was purpose behind what they just did. And what comes next, you want to be there for it. And to me, that purpose is essential in being a leader and not just looking like one. There's subtlety and there's humility in this. There's a reason for the person that contains this to come back, because there's nuance and curiosity. Not everything is figured out as much as new questions and growth are dug up. So I suggest to everyone, write an artist's statement, write an organizer's statement, write a human statement of purpose, whatever you need, however you need to frame it, but know it, refine it, come back to it, play with it in different ways, try it on with different accessories, keep it fresh and moving, reinvent it, workshop it with people you trust, challenge it and have it challenge you. But know that it is breath. it's breadth that transcends a risk, or it transcends the fact that you're somewhere because you think you're irreplaceable. Because you know what? When we think we're irreplaceable and that's why we're there, then we're not really there for the right meaning. When we keep our presence because we're part of something bigger, not just because we think that, you know, we're there because we have to be, then we see things only in ways that we uniquely can, and we bring a part not only of ourselves, but the best part of ourselves. And that's worth following and worth being a part of. Thank you. And I think I went 5 minutes, but I'm not sure.
You're such a boss, Hoodie. You nailed it. And yes, to echo the chat, so good. So good. Thank you for sharing some of the best of yourself with us today. And, you know, we as the event producers, when we were putting this together, we wanted to come up with a different name for presenters. And the perfect name finally came to me. Kevin, Fish, luminaries.
Ooh.
Like, duh, I can't believe it. Nobody consulted the thesaurus. It was right there the whole time. Mike LaHood, Hoodie, thank you for lighting this next phase of the path. And to all of the presenters today and all of the panelists as well, thank you for being a luminary along the path so that we can ensure that the future is lit.
The best thing we had was torchbearer, I think.
I know, but luminary, come on, my God. We are going to open up. We're going to open up the conversation. Kevin, I don't know if it's possible to unmute individuals or allow them to unmute themselves.
Yes, I can now allow participants to unmute themselves. It has been done. And you've been muted in the process.
You have the power. So we're going to invite you, invite you all to share with us some thoughts. And if it gets too excited or in any way disrespectful, although I doubt that that's possible, strongly doubt it's possible, please don't prove me wrong, okay? Then we'll find a more refined way to close out the conversation. But I want to start by inviting anyone to share their thoughts in this moment and or takeaways. Hey, you don't have to ask permission. Maria, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Oh, awesome. I just want to say thanks. Oh, you first.
I was just going to say I'm inspired to write like just get a list of stuff to navigate my life with. I liked getting that idea from Arlene and from Hoodie, and it's just something I'm excited to think on.
I want to say thank you to all the presenters. I'm brand new to fire spinning as of August this year. So I'm learning along the way as I go. And I learned a lot today. Actually learned enough to know that I've made some mistakes now that I know not to do in the future. So thank you all very much for helping me to become better at something that I love to do already. So thank you.
Thank you for joining, even as a new person. You're so welcome.
Excuse me. I just wanted to thank you all, to the luminaries, to who have just shed some light on just being a leader in the flow community. Myself being a new leader in the flow community, it's nice to kind of sit back and see what people who have been in the flow arts for years, you know, what visions they have had and what they have been able to do. Yeah, and just hearing, you know, from experience. So Thank you for shedding light. There's so many things, especially regarding the inclusion of those who, are less accessible. That was such a powerful time in this, excuse me, brain fog, in this presentation, and I really valued it. I really did write a lot of notes about that. So I look forward to putting a lot of what you all have said into action. So thank you.
Thank you. Goodness. I'm too large. I'm putting it back to gallery view for myself, and I encourage everyone else to do so as well, even though I know I'm gorgeous. I want to say also, this feedback is wonderful, and it does not have to be glowing. We are human beings and we can improve. So if you have ideas that you would like to see us improve, don't worry, I'm not going to call you out here. You don't have to share them here. We have a survey, a post-event survey, and I promise you we're going to read it very closely. It will also be posted on the event page on Facebook. It will also be shared in a post-event email. So even if you are in your car right now, you don't have to try to catch that link from the chat, but it is in there if you would like to share feedback with us, especially feedback that you may not feel comfortable sharing verbally at this time. I want to give a shout out, especially because it's coming up in the chat. Ryan Fish, so many goals right now. Look at that. Gig ready, gig fabulous.
Gig ridiculous.
Rigigulous. So good. I want to ask any of the panelists and or presenters who are still around, who are not producers, if they have any takeaways that they'd like to share. Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't have to ask permission. Go for it.
Well, I think one of the things that that it seemed like Lux was kind of edging toward during her presentation was just the importance of grassroots. And I think that there are, even when we're involved kind of in national, focused scenes and everything. I know Seattle, Arlene, I have moved on from Chicago, but I was in the Full Moon Jam. Those grassroots organizations that create a ritual that can bring people in, I think, are the most important things to the flow arts. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm deeply involved as a partner in FAI and doing the fire safety project and working on national things. But there is no there without the grassroots, without people coming together, without bringing people in and, like Lux said, getting props in their hands. Interaction causes a new level of appreciation. There's no longer a trick, but there is a philosophy and way of life that you can grow from and learn from. And the reason why I've stayed on so long in flow arts is because it's become a metaphor for a lot of different things. So if we can bring meaning to people, they will appreciate it. Otherwise, it'll be a trick show that we leave from, and that was a really nice show amongst a bunch of really nice shows I've ever seen. But the grassroots is where that appreciation happens. Starting flow jams, getting organized, and bringing people in the right way, creating norms, not just willy-nilly bringing people in, but guiding them. And that's what my takeaway from today.
Nice.
Awesome. Thank you. I'm going to read from the chat, if that's all right. Chelsea posted, not an area of improvement, but a thought for a topic. I would like to see more crossover in the producers of the hoop-centered events to all flow events, making bridges to the many islands in the hoop community. Speaking as a hoop dance artist, yeah, Richard, jugglers versus spinners got nothing on hoopers versus everybody, LOL. I will say that, of course, I'm sensitive, but I often feel like hoop concerns, perspectives are somehow missing from larger catch-all flow arts events, and we can do better. So thank you for posting that.
I got some stuff to say about that. Freaking,
Oh,
you know what I don't like is that the Hoopers and the Jugglers are all separate from us. We're the same thing. We should hang out together and play together. What? It drives me bananas. I hate it so much. That's what I have to say about that.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing what drives you bananas. Catherine, you had something that you wanted to share. Is it also about bananas?
And for
Oh, come back. You just accidentally muted again. Try again.
unmute. Yeah?
Yeah, hit it.
Okay. Not about bananas that I raised my hand like a couple topics ago, so I feel like I might veer it off a little bit.
That's okay.
But I just started throwing events in Denver and had a little bit of like imposter syndrome for a while because so many people suddenly like really were like saying so many nice things to me, like, and so I realized with this kind of thing people are looking for leaders, and so to just step up and do it is crazy. And like I did it really casually and didn't really think anything of it, and then so it's like been a lot, but so this is hella inspiring. But I guess I wanted to bring up I think it was Richard. I came in a little bit late, but talking about like racism and exclusivity, like talking about it and bringing awareness is like really important. But I was wondering, I guess, I don't know if this is not the place, like if we do this elsewhere, like what can we do like to like, I don't know, because he kind of got cut short. So like if there's any ideas of like of more specific things we can do other than just be aware and talk about it, because that's something that I've been kind of working on and dealing with. I work for Astral Hoops, and that's like a topic that we deal with, but we don't know how, seeing that we're all like white people and we're aware of it, like, but where is our, like, what can we do? I don't know. So I guess if anybody had any more to talk about on that subject would be cool.
Yeah, I just want to acknowledge again, just as you acknowledged, we're all white people. I mean, I can't speak for everybody who is in this event at this time, but certainly all of the videos that are live right now, I see a white person hanging out, and in a couple of them, I see either a creature that is alive or a creature that is not. And I'm delighted by all the creatures, white people included. However, there was a conversation that took place at an event called Shape Summit that happened at Flow Toys headquarters in April of 2019, where those of us who were assembled, kind of broke into some interest group subgroups to work on some of these issues, finding a variety of solutions or possibilities, really. And I know that Richard and I found ourselves in the same subgroup that was specifically related to this area of concern. But I also remember that while we talked about possibilities, there was some major cultural bias that prevent us from being able to really effectively identify how to move forward in creating a more what's the word, precise reflection of the community at large. I mean, I think that's part of the issue here is, yes, as Richard mentioned in his talk and then showed the graph, he had the receipts. You know, we are not reflective of the greater population, even in this country. And if we're talking about the world, that's a bigger mountain to climb for us as a community. And we can do better. Some of the I feel like I need to tread lightly here because I definitely don't want to throw any shade. But there are ways in which our events take place, our big events take place, that are not conducive to being spaces that a lot of BIPOC people would feel comfortable coming to for a whole slew of reasons. And I do think that that needs to be addressed. And I do not have an answer.
No, thank you for answering. It does look like someone.
Yeah, Lux has something to say. Kevin's got something to say.
Very brief. There are so many things we can do. Put people, representation of the people you want, representing the people you want involved on your staff, something I've struggled with just out of convenience, right? Is there an organizer? Is there somebody involved in the production of the event? And then specifically someone whose job it is to make sure inclusion is part of this. For example, that person could talk to the showcase, make sure inclusion is considered deeply, to the workshops, to the thing. If you have a representative that is their responsibility, it can help. It really can. As an event organizer, I get all lost up in the details, but someone on my team saying, hey, this is not well represented, this is not well covered, that really helps. So that's my quick answer. Lux, I'm going to bring you in. Here we go.
Okay, so there's so many things that you can do, even little things. One of the things that I did with Boston Spin Jam is I made this massive, it's 30 hours long playlist, and it's got LGBT, it's got Black artists, it's got K-pop, it's got African music, it's got every culture has dance music. So if you just go on Spotify and find all those things, you can create a playlist. You can also use my playlist if you would like that as well. It's also family friendly as well, no explicit content. So making, all around inclusive. In New England, we don't have a very large Black population, but we do have a large Asian and Middle Eastern populations. So we have, so I try to do my best there to make sure that we have music that is conducive to those people, as well as doing these events, smaller events locally. You capture those people because getting BIPOC to just up and try to travel across the country to an event is quite difficult. But if you focus locally, that definitely helps. So just like Cassandra said, make sure that you have people involved that are BIPOC, and then and as well as Kevin, and then making sure that the music is make people feel comfortable. That's the biggest thing. Oh, and also what I do is I have a yearly annual drive of prop, swap, and donate. So what this is I tell the community to bring their old props that have collected dust and that they're not using anymore, bring it in, and people will swap out props and donate props to people that don't have props. So that's also inclusive to people of lower incomes. So there's another fun trick for you as well. So I mean, there's a million things you could do. Millions.
Low income is exactly what I keep coming back to in this. Sorry, Leanna, I saw you unmute and start talking. So I'm gonna. No, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
Sorry. So yeah, I was just gonna say that to the point that having a representative who is BIPOC that can be the one to make sure that that there is fairness, things like that, and inclusion. That is a good start. I will say that, and I will just say anyone who does employ that, please just be careful of just that person being the only person.
Tokenism. And
so that's where it can become troublesome over time, where it's just, oh no, that's not my job. I don't need to think about that. She just needs to worry about that, or he just needs to worry about that. They just need to worry about that. So I think it's a good start to have someone do that, but then to also have it trickle to everyone, So, but I'm also working on something like that in the works. So please look out for that in the future. But yeah.
Is there anywhere we can look particularly? Can you put in the chat a link?
A link to, well, I did put a link in the chat of the state of the
flow.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Is there going
to that's a really good start. There were some solutions addressed in the state of the flow. That was a talk that we had, and where we also had the pro bono ASL So yeah, it's a very valuable chat. Definitely please look into that. I left the link in the chat. It's a good start for sure.
Awesome, thank you. I know that Kevin wants to do a little bit of a wrap up here for the entire event. And then I just checked in with my booty, and my booty says it needs to shake. So I think there might be some booty shaking coming, but Kevin, I want to let you talk before my booty talks. You know what I'm saying?
Very kind. I appreciate
Yeah.
it. And thank you to
You're
all
welcome.
who chiming in on worthwhile experiences. And I believe that was the first condition of having Cassandra on the team, was that there would be a dance party at the end. So that was a requisite.
Yes.
I want to thank all of you, especially those of you here the entire time, committing this moment of your life to connecting with other leaders, to opening up to ideas, to sharing. While we had X number of presenters, everyone here is a leader and has something of value to share. This was the second Convergence, and I hope that there are many, many more. A yearly gathering of flow arts leadership across organizations, transcending competition, to come together and talk about the path going forward. So the intention is multi-year. There's a lot of room to grow and improve, that's for sure. So the survey is of value to us. As we wrap this up, once you get your booty shakes in, your dance party, if you could complete the survey, it means a lot. I know it's a lot more likely to happen right after the event than later, but there will be an email with the survey. Passing the torch to keep our projects, our institutions going, fostering meaningful connection between others and with others, accessibility, enabling and empowering and including the whole spectrum of humanity, working with local authorities to further legitimize our art form and the way we gather, effective communication with the public, with each other, with our staff, cultivating flow arts educators, cultivating flow arts educators, the politics and religion of flow arts, and that it is inexorable, inseparable. It's a part of this, and we need to continue those discussions and transcend just discussions into deeper and more meaningful action, and maintaining our connection with the love of it, with the heart and soul of the community that for many of us is the reason we're here in the first place. All of these things are important. And I hope that you will continue to have these discussions and consider these as we move forward. There are people who deeply believe in the future of flow arts. Many of them on this call, all of them smart, talented, passionate, effective. Across the country and the world, people are holding up a torch to light forward the perceived darkness, moving forward as a culture and a community. I believe in the future of flow arts. I believe it will grow not just in numbers, but in social responsibility, in impact. And I believe in all of the people on this call. And together, as we hold those torches up, walking forward, we are illuminating the path together. Who but us, the people on this call and the people like us, to shine that light? It is up to us. It is time for us to continue forward, realizing that when we light the way for others, it will embrace and encourage and inspire them forward along the journey as well. I want to just get a few words from co-producers. I'm not sure if Fish is still here, but we'll start. Okay, Fish had to go for the gig. So
Big bound.
Representing a rather historic moment, Flow Arts Institute and Flow Fests came together to unselfishly put something out there for flow leadership. And it wouldn't have been possible without this shining individual. Cassandra, a few parting words.
Let's do this again. Let's have a whole new slate of luminaries to learn from and share with. Let's keep growing and keep shining, knowing you can always count on me. For sure, that's what friends are for. I can't let go of the microphone. I really appreciate you, Kevin, for inviting me in to be a part of this. But just generally speaking, I would love to see more collaboration between the two organizations, and that such a thing could even be possible is pretty miraculous. And I am celebrating the miracle of that, and the miracle of what both organizations have built over the years to make an incredible impact on this planet and the evolution of consciousness here. And thank you. And Kevin, do you have any last words? Oh, I just want to remind you something about donations.
Oh, sure. Yeah. We will be sending all of the ticket donations. It's not a huge number, but I can bring it back up. But some of you, as you registered, may have noticed there was a donation box. And so the donations will be given to the Seattle Flow Arts Collective in appreciation for all they have done for us. When we started this, we were around 40, 50 bucks. I'm going to throw in some more myself. So we will be donating to the Seattle Flow Arts Collective. For any of you who got the donation ticket, I just want you to know that it's not going to us or any of the presenters. Instead, the Seattle Flow Arts Collective will receive all of those donations. There is a future in flow arts. There is a future in flow arts. I have been here over 20 years, and it's been like that in terms of involvement. There is a future in flow arts, and I hope each and every one of you is a part of it moving forward. Keep the love in your heart. Remember why you're here, and engage in discussions with your fellow leaders, because it's not for one of us to decide what the future of flow arts. It's for everybody here on the call, mutually together, to decide and co-create what that future is. I am just filling a little time because soon Richard will hop on. He'll give us some music, because nobody wants me to DJ the dance party. If there's going to be a future in flow arts, I cannot DJ the dance party. That is for sure. But I want to thank you. I want to thank you. If you have a moment, type something in the chat, a takeaway, a heart emoji, just to connect with us all in that way. Oh, this has been recorded. We are going to make this available both as a whole video, because I'm sure everyone's ready to watch a 5-hour video, but also in bite-sized segments. In addition, as an effort to do better, in terms of accessibility, we will be making sure that closed captions are added to the video, a 5-hour video. All right, we're just going to, I don't know, pop a few people on stage. For those of you who have been to Battle Night, we always wound Battle Night down with a kind of a party of sorts. And I have to say, it was my favorite thing. That included just turning on some music, changing the spotlight if somebody juggles. Oh my gosh, it's DJ Velveteen sharing sound. Love you, buddy. Thank you so much. We're gonna have, what do we got? 11 minutes of music. We encourage you to move, juggle a prop, dance, hang out, and just connect with that feel-good vibe that has a lot of us involved in the flow arts in the first place. So, with that said, enjoy yourselves, fam. Turn up the music, move around a bit, set it on gallery view for a nice experience. And thanks for coming to Convergence 3.
Hey, what's up, y'all? This is a little excerpt of my set, mic-less, so it should be instrumental. There's everybody. Sorry, I have too many windows open right now. Yeah, I just exported a little bit. I forgot that my streaming rig is all at the local circus space because I'm streaming. Yeah, here's this. Enjoy. And yeah, feel free to pipe up and we can just chat in the chat. You can manipulate objects in the chat. Yeah, have fun. Maybe I'll do some ball and head or some juggling in this set too. I forget what part it is, but yeah. Enjoy the mix. Oh, hi, Erica.
Where's my chat? Where's my check? Where's my check? Pay me money, pay me respect. I need coins, so invest. Pay that dollar bill with your chest. Where's my check? Where's my check? Pay me money, pay me respect. I need coins, so invest. Pay that dollar bill with your chest. Now where's my check? A girl like me works hard for a living. I need that money now. Oh, you better give it. A girl like me works hard for a living. I need that money now. Oh, you better give it. Now where's my check? Where's my check? you're thinking. Leave that on record spinning. You feel the rhythm going. Legs and go down to lay low. Your knees are bending, so it's time to get a move. Hey, how's it feeling? Can see your body moving. Don't leave your body lying. Keep your shots. Now you have asked no right to say nothing tonight. It's place to go.
All right, everybody, we have come to time. I want to thank you for joining us for Convergence 2, invite you to Convergence 3, and invite you on the path forward with us. Because the future is lit, fam. Believe it. The future is lit. We like the way together. Thanks again. All this will be available via recording. Talk to y'all soon. Peace.